Good Saturday morning, SWTOR. Welcome to the last stream of August. Glad to have you with us for another SWTOR Saturday, benefiting Extra Life. So we play every weekend for Extra Life. You can see a link in the description down below or in the chat. Extra Life raises money for the Children's Miracle Network of Hospitals, and you'll find my link to my donation page there. 100% of those proceeds go to the Children's Miracle Network. I don't see any of it, which is just fine with me. All right, what's on the agenda for today? Our plan today is to hit Galactic Seasons. Probably run a bounty because there is that in Galactic Seasons. You can see for this week I've only done 3 of the 7. So I got this one done. Just running dailies. I think I did 2 Zyos just to get some XP stuff there. That one just happens when you get Conquest. And this is the 2 bosses for this week. The 2 Dark versus Light bosses. So I do try to hit Conquest on both my guilds. Been concentrating more on the Imperial Guild to try to get it to level 64. Which isn't very high in the grand scheme of things. I think it caps out at 600. I think I've got one of my, I guess some alts in a guild that's at 600. This guild is 72. Imperial Guild I think is 62 right now. The only reason we're trying to get to 64 is that's where kind of some of these, like you can see that one says guild 32 or higher, 12 or higher, 64 or higher. So it unlocks all of these, although I don't use them that often. So anyway, that's kind of where we're at least for here. And then that one's a daily one you get every week or every day. So we need to just kill things. Since Zyos is in this list, I knocked out the mission. It's like 10 missions or 8 missions or something. But you don't fight that many things on Zyos. So we've got to work on that one. 2 Flashpoints. We'll probably run those today. You can tell I don't run with my healer that often. I usually run with a DPS companion. So that one will be pretty easy. And then we've got this contract on Coruscant. As far as Galactic Seasons achievements, how are things going there? We are 16 levels in. We should hit level 20 today, which won't quite get us to that one, but we're getting pretty close. I've completed I think it was 20. Those are just the dailies. I've got 6 of the weeklies done. Without purchasing anything, I can do 2 easy ones every week, so I'm just going to pop that out. And then I've done 23 of the 40 DVL bosses. Again, I'll probably just do 2 a week. If we look at Galactic Seasons itself still has 128 days left. So we got plenty of time. You can get this in a day if you really wanted to just grind it in a grind group. We claimed the first 10 levels last week. Haven't claimed anything here. And I think, like I said, I think we'll get to level 20 today. And then we'll claim that stuff at the end. The other achievement thing that we're tracking is the Dark versus Light bosses. As far as the Dark bosses go, this is left over from the original event or when they used to spawn. I think my guild, we probably went and did some of these, although it wasn't something we pushed very hard. So far, we have seen Night Stalker, Raxine, and we have seen, I think it's Erdai the Relentless. I think those are the 2 that have spawned so far on the dark side. And then evidently, I didn't do any on the light side because those are the 2 that had spawned. Now, there was a bug on Tuesday that they fixed on Thursday where the Keeper Aeneas, was spawning in the same spot that Defender Galata is supposed to spawn. So you couldn't do this, but they fixed that on Thursday with a hotfix. So I went out there and, like I said, I just stand there and a group shows up and as long as they kill it and you kill it with them, you get credit. So we'll get those as we go. I think that's about it as far as progress reports go. So welcome to the stream. We will start out, I think, just working on some of the stuff here. So we're going to have to get an imp character for that. Well, I don't have to get an imp character. I probably will do that on one of our Imperial characters, though, just so that we make conquest over there. Hey, Kyler, glad to have you with us. Hope you're having a good weekend. But the complete a Bounty Brokers Association contract on Coruscant, you have to do that on a Republic character. So let's start there. So we're on Zaximus. Probably if I have a main, this is probably it. Tends to be my go-to when I just do things. Actually, you know what? I don't want to say cheat a little bit, but if you come in here and you scroll down to this event, this is to do a Kingpin. We're probably not going to do a Kingpin. We'll see what we have available. The nice part is this will take us to Fleet, but it'll also put us right in the spot we need to go, as opposed to the general location and then traveling to it. So that's kind of nice. I was actually debating not doing SWTOR today. Playing a early access hit their game I'm looking at in early access went to Alpha 11 this week. So I thought about doing that. So yeah, I don't have any Kingpins on this, but again, I just use that to travel. So we'll just abandon it and we can use it again. Okay, so we need a Coruscant one, so we'll grab that.
Thank you for accepting a contract from the Bounty Brokers Association. Proceed to the planet specified in the contract to meet the client and gather the details of the bounty. Good hunting.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, so again, we're going to do the same thing here. We'll use the Daily's mission travel. Again, the only thing this saves us is if you just travel using the Galactic map or your ship, you'll land in the starport, and then you have to go through the starport before you can use your quick travel. Although Coruscant might work within. I can't remember. Okay, we're not going to bother doing these dailies, so we'll just again abandon that. Okay, so we have our bounty contract. He stands right out here. So this part's not too bad. But traveling around Coruscant can be a little bit of a pain.
Are you the client?
Don't look like I could afford to put out a bounty. Is that it? Well, truth be told, I can't. Not on a custodian's pay. Name's Tam Darrow. I represent a bunch of folk like myself. People who lost loved ones to those no-good Black Sun thugs.
Are you asking me to hunt down the entire organization?
You ask around, you'll find the particular scum I'm talking about. Some former Zerka exec, Sam Van Ban. He wants to revamp Black Sun into a galactic franchise. People working for him are brutal. Only other thing I can think to say is, you know, good luck. So, good luck. I'll be here.
With the client's information, you should be able to find local miscreants who can provide more details. Please do not hesitate to question them aggressively.
All right. So one of the, I don't want to call it issues, but one of the frustrations with, it's like this on Nar Shaddaa, Coruscant, arguably a little bit on Corellia, is you can see that my world map, I can't go from area to area, right? It's all separated. And so if you don't know where to go, it can sometimes be tough to find your spot. So what we're going to do is we'll go down here to the speeder travel. And we're going to use the speeder travel to give us a hint. So if I click on the speeder travel, you'll notice that it's going to show me the closest travel hub to where I need to go. So the closest travel point. Now, if you logic this out, they were talking about Black Sun, and this is Black Sun territory. So if you wanted to just guess, you could probably say that's probably where I need to go. But if you're not sure, like in this one, it's a little obvious. But if you're not sure, you know, you could just bounce between these and not know. But so this is a nice little way to figure out what's the closest thing, and then you can go ahead and if you want to use your quick travel, it's 4,516 in this case. Although this would be cheaper, it's only 25. So if you are low on credits, so say you're just starting out, you know, that's a lot cheaper, but it takes longer. So we're just going to quick travel. We'll spend the money. All right. Now that we're in the area, we can see the whole map, right? But before, you know, from here, we can't get to that. It would be nice if they added just like a little clickable thing on each area so you could look inside, but I doubt that's going to happen. Okay, this is why, like when we ran the Drome and Cost ones last week, we were just banging them out really quick. This is why the Coruscant one, I don't like it as much, is there's no quick travel point anywhere here. Now, what's kind of disappointing is this is a cantina. A lot of times your cantinas will have quick travel points, right? This one just doesn't. Would be nice to see him add that. So we have some traveling to do. So the smarter thing to do would probably be to take an elevator. But leaping off of the edge also works. Now our goal here is to not get ourselves sucked into combat. There's no real gain. So we'll drive past as much stuff as we can. There's somebody's pet. We haven't caught them yet. Wherever they are. All right, getting closer. Again, we'll avoid combat if we can. Alright, in this area there is a datacron, if I remember right. I think it's here. I think it's up there. Yeah, I think you can just barely see it glowing right there. To get that datacron, you have to come all the way over here, climb up, go across there, go across the pipe, then back across the pipe, and make your way over to it. This is a cool little scene. You got all these people standing in line. If you fight or start combat with this guy, they all go running, which is kind of funny. Okay, there's somebody else doing bounties.
I need to know some things.
Looks like their questioning didn't go well.
Not like I care.
Ours did. So we just got credit. So, this is a non-Kingpin version.
I need to know some things.
So we're just going to collect some info. We do have our companion on heals, so we'll leave her on heals since we need to. Which one is it? This one? Yep. I might need to scoot that over a little bit. It only is on the long ones. I wish. Let's take a little bit of UI stuff here. So like this is the panel, right? Now it will allow you to, if we look down, thought there was a flip in here. Did I get the right thing? No, that's the operation frame. Okay, that makes sense. There it is. Okay, so it's got this flip vertical. So if you want to put it at the bottom or the top, which is nice, right? So like over here, I got my quest log, but if you want it at the top, you can actually flip it vertically. So I like that. I got it down to the bottom, but there's no horizontal flip. So it right justifies and the text goes this way. I'd rather it left justify and the text goes that way. But unfortunately, there is, as far as I know, let's play around with it a little bit. There's no way to do that, right? We just make sure we don't save so we don't screw this up. Achievement tracker. Where are you? Oh, yeah, it is the achievement tracker. That's what we're after. There we go. Come on, get out of there. So, you know, if it's over on this side, it makes perfect sense. And if we flipped it vertically, right, we could get it nice and it right justifies and the text goes over here. So it's almost predetermined that it wants you to have that over here. Same thing on the, you know, this is our mission tracker. It's got the same thing. It's got a flip vertical functionality. So if you want to put the thing at the top or the bottom, but it doesn't give you the ability to flip it horizontally. So that would be a nice little convenience, quality of life thing to have. It's almost like they've predetermined where they think you should have it, as opposed to giving you the flexibility. Now, other things, you know, have a little bit more ability, but this one, for whatever reason, just doesn't. Okay, we're going to cancel out of that so that it goes back to where it is. So I could move it over farther so I can see. The only reason I'm saying this is it cuts off some of the text here. I could move it over farther, but then the text is going to be out here farther, and most things you can actually see from here. So that's why I've got it set up the way I do. Back to work. Oh, somebody just did that one. I like this little bug. I've done something that it didn't put my weapon away. So now he's just holding it. And if you look when I run, it's got 4 arms of steel.
No one has to know that we spoke.
Alright, and then we looted one off that last guy. Let's use that up. That's 3. Alright, we just need one more. One more shady character. There's a few people doing bounties today. I think there's one back here on the stage. Yep. Doing a little work on the piano.
I need to know some things.
I don't think so.
Oh, she moved just in time. Or is it a he? Alright. So that should get us our last piece of information. Okay, so speak to the underworld contact on Coruscant. That is here.
I'm looking for information.
And I'm looking for a wild night out, interspersed with 1 to 3 pulse-pounding, death-defying dust-ups. Can't always have everything, can we?
Forget about simple thrills. You can say you played a vital role in the successful pursuit of a major criminal.
Is that right? Been a while since I added a new title to the roster. Crime Buster. Like the sound of it. Okay, I'm game.
Your investigatory skills are most impressive. You have all that you need. Neutralize the target.
Okay, so you can see here, this is people who are working to get the the DVL world boss. We might swing by and do that as well. Okay, so we're back in the same situation we were in before. We now have to go and find this dude. Beacon D44 on Coruscant, kill or capture D-3X. Again, if I look at my map, no hints. Probably, I don't know if they're always in the same spot. So we're just going to jump back to the closest travel point. And then we'll use the speeder to figure it out. And while we're here, we might jump over and see if they've got a group going. So, all right, I don't. Okay. Oh, they were already here. So it would have been probably about the same. They're out here. I think the last time I fought them, they were over on the Justicar docks, but. Alright, well, let's head back over that direction. Alright, try to do this in a more correct way. Alright, rock and roll. That's convenient. At least on this one, if I would have looked at the map a little closer. I was assuming it was going to be somewhere else. I think they pick, I don't know, just a number of random places where they could spawn. So again, we'll avoid combat as much as we can. And that's what we're looking for there. So we'll go ahead and clear out the spawn here. Just so we don't have to deal with it. And we'll call out. And this one's a droid. Oh, and a Guardian probe.
Optimized for maximal destructive capabilities.
Are you now?
All contingencies failing.
Notify the client of your
Systems
success.
failing.
Alright, so now we just have to go turn this one in. Before we do that, though, since we're already here on Coruscant, we're going to go ahead and pop over and see if there's any DVL boss action going on, just so we can see that. Again, I've already done it, but this way we can help anybody who is looking to get the group working and show it on stream. So we're in the old Galactic market. So this is like the, I think it is the first area, you know, like you land at the starport and the Senate Tower, but this is like one of the first areas where you go out and actually run missions and do combat and such. Alright, the nice thing about the DVL bosses is they're always in the same place. So you don't have to go looking for them. You just have to get a group together to do it. They're not horribly hard. I would say if you're in just a completely random group like this is setting up to be, I probably wouldn't try to do it with less than probably 13 to 15. If you're like in a guild group, you could probably do it with less. You know, if you had your group composition set up right, you know, like a operation or a Flashpoint or something like that, where you've got tanks and healers and DPS, people know what they're doing and all that kind of stuff. If you're just doing, there's two different ways that I've seen these groups form up. One is people just hang out until it looks like there's a critical mass of people and somebody attacks it and we try to kill it. It's a bit chaotic because there's no coordination at all. You don't even know. You know, I've pulled aggro, and I'm not a tank in those kind of cases. The other is somebody takes the initiative to actually form up an ops group. So you get invited to that group, especially if they're like the first week when people were really just grinding this out. You'd see these grind groups start. I think we did one for a while on Drome Cost last week, where the group kind of stayed together. And just kept waiting for it to spawn over and over and over again. The nice part about this one is we're on a planet where no Imperial players are going to show up. So there's no like worry about, you know, the other side getting it and having to wait for the spawn. The other boss is on Hoth. We'll go out and take a look at that one as well. We probably won't run that one, but so what do we have here? We've got 1, 2, so quit moving. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah. All right, so somebody started it. So we'll go ahead and come in here, get ourselves involved. This one also does drop the death circles on the ground, so look at all the debuffs. It's crazy. We saw it last week a little bit. There's the death circles, where it does get a little laggy. Another thing you can do, like I can turn the stuff down on the system. That'd be the smart thing to do. The other thing that does cause a bit of lag is people's nameplates. If you turn those off, that helps a bit as well. If you're having issues with it, this group's doing pretty well. We haven't got a circle yet. We've been pretty lucky. That guy dropped the circles behind us, so we're getting kind of pinned in here, but I think we'll be alright. Hey, got people actually healing each other. This has gone better than many, or some that I've been in. They're walking right at us with their circles. I think again, they're just doing what they can to stay alive. I'm not, but like, should have walked the other way. Don't walk into the group. Okay, so like we have one now. So we're gonna walk away. That way we don't drop those circles on people's heads. This is also a bug they have acknowledged that I think they're working on, that these things will go away quicker. Now, I don't think we'll be able to loot this because I think I have, yeah, I'm already capped out on the currency. Alright, so that is a boss, and we should have theoretically, that should put us at 24 for the achievement. Yep, 24. Alright. Back to the Senate Plaza. I think, yeah, return to the guy. And then back to Fleet to turn it in.
Here, Tim. Proof of partial completion.
Got one dead instead of alive, in other words? Music to my ears. Me and the rest of us working stiffs. Thank you.
Alright, so now we have to turn it in. Since I abandoned the event, now we can come back in here. We'll pick that back up. And it'll put us right at the terminal. Again, it's a minor thing, but instead of going to the fleet arrival spot and then driving to the elevator, going down the elevator, driving across the thing, this way it just puts us right at the starting spot. It's just a little more convenient. Have to load the fleet either way, so this part's the same. All right, we turn this in here.
The Bounty Brokers Association is quite impressed with the efficiency and skill displayed in your contract resolutions. Well done.
Alright, so we knocked out Bounty Coruscant. So that's the one we just finished. That gives us 3 left. Legacies of the Other World, which is Flashpoints. I think we'll do that on Mantidia. What do we have? Spirit of Vengeance. That one goes pretty quick. Kadamimu, Mandalorian Raiders, and Directive 7. We got the heals. We do that during the Flashpoint as well. And then, yeah, we'll probably run dailies on one of the guys. So. Okay, let's pop out to Hoth. We'll take part if there is a group about to fight, but if there's not, we won't fight the boss. But I'll show you guys where it's at. As always, if you have any questions about the game or any content you want to see, I'm happy to pivot. Just pop the questions in the chat. Or if you're watching the video later, I'll respond to the comments as well. Always happy to answer questions at all levels. There's no... Some people... Like, I'm in a couple of Facebook groups, and, you know, I've heard 2 sides to it. Sometimes people will be, I don't know... I don't want to say intimidated, but, you know, they're slow to ask questions because they think they're going to get made fun of, especially if they're more newbie questions. But MMOs, you know, have a player base that comes and goes, and so there's always new people. So I'm always happy to answer new, fresh questions, help people out and stuff like that. Been playing the game since beta, so I can answer most things, although... It is a big, complex game. I can't guarantee I'll know everything. So, questions of all levels are welcome. Alright, so we've got somebody asking about the boss in chat. We'll see if anybody's actually here. So, this is easier to get to on the Republic side. There's the boss right there. Let's get into a safe spot somewhere here. So it doesn't look like there's a lot of people here. I see 1 Republic player. That's the person who was asking about it in chat. Looks like a 2nd Republic player might have showed up, or 2nd player. Yep. Okay. So the Republic landing zone is right here. The Imperial one is right up here. So it's a little bit farther to get to on the Imperial side. A little easier on the Republic side. Yeah, I don't... Unless there's a group about to spawn in. Like, it's always funny because you can tell sometimes they'll send somebody out and then all of a sudden you'll see a bunch of players just start showing up because they did a summons. Something that happened to me last time when I was doing this, I was doing it on my Imperial side. And I died. I got circles on me and died. But because we weren't in an operation group, that drops my aggro, so I can revive on the spot. Alright, I'll join just to see if anything's happening here. They got a decent little group going. Okay, we'll hang here for a second. So I died like right here. And every time... So, like, okay, I'm just going to revive. Oh, yeah, that's it. She's tough. These DVL bosses will, like, if you try to solo it and just attack it, 3 or 4 hits and you're dead. You don't last long. Alright, we'll hang here, help these people out a little bit while we explain this, and then if they haven't got a group going before, then we'll move on. So anyway, so boss was fighting pretty decent group, although it wasn't the best. But I died. Partially, I think the circles here are like a light blue, and I just missed it. And so fine. I hit the revive button. Soon as I revived, circles dropped again, killed me instantly. So then I waited. So then I got like a 30-second timer. So I waited, and then the second time I waited till I saw a bunch of circles go out, and I'm like, okay, cool. Now I'll revive. But then somebody ran over to me, and an attack hit them, and then it killed me instantly again. So now I've got like a 2-minute timer or something like that to revive. But the boss was still at like 20-30%, and I'm like, okay, I wonder if I can get back. So I went ahead and revived back at the base, which is back here, jumped my speeder, and started heading this direction. Just as I came around, like there's a little ship right here. So I was coming around here. I saw the boss. The boss was at like 1%. I tab targeted, and before I could get to the boss and get a shot off, the boss died. And I'm like, oh man. So if I don't get a shot in, am I going to get credit? But it did give me credit. So because I had been in the battle at one point, I got credit, and I got close enough. Now, the thing you want to be careful of on that is, let's say I did that and the fight, and the boss was at like 3%, and I respawned back here and started heading this direction, and I'm about here, and the boss dies. At least historically, you're not going to get credit because you have to be basically within range when the boss dies. So if you do die and the boss is like 1 or 2%, just stay dead. Just lay there, because you'll get credit while dead. You don't have to be alive to get credit. So, all right, what are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11. Again, we'll hang here for a little bit. If they can get a group together, I'm happy to help them. Also, this shows the other way. So this is what's called operations frames. You can see that. I can see all the different players and stuff. And so this group's a little bit more organized. Now, downside to this boss, Hoth is a shared planet. So there's Imperial and Republic on both sides. There's a Republic group forming up here. If, let's say, an Imperial group, somebody, you see an Imperial guy come running up here, stops, the whole group comes in, and they tag the boss first, the boss will go gray to Republic side. We could still attack it and help them, but we wouldn't get credit for it. Now, I don't need credit for this. Like I said, I'm just kind of trying to play the nice guy card here a little bit, because I've been on the other side of this when you want to get something done, although it looks like they're forming up a big enough group here, they'll be fine. But no one will help you, especially when it's group content like this. Okay, so like here, there's an Imperial character right there. He's kind of in a hosed position right now, that unless you just see a big group of Imperials form up right here from a summons, he's not going to get credit. I always say he, just because I have no idea. Bengar Doshore. Let's see if we can tell. No, we don't want to report them. Inspect achievements. Oh, they left. Alright, so they're getting a decent group here. 6, 10, there's 14. If they can get this group together, this is doable. Somebody says there's 2 groups forming. Why don't we mix them? There is a cap on this. I believe it's 24. I think that's the... Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 8 times 3, 24. So, if you have 2 groups forming and you have more than 24 players, it makes sense to keep them in 2 groups. Now people are saying, why don't we form or mix the groups? Should I summon 11 spots for season boss on Hoth? There's the summons. We're not going to take that. We have more than enough people. Alright, I think this one's about to go. Now, you notice that we also don't have our companion anymore because we're in an operations group. Companions go away. If you've watched the Flashpoint Master Mode Flashpoint run that we did, my son and I did, where we two-manned him, you'll notice that I have this operations thing set up for all group content. I think it is a... Where is it? Let's get to where we can see the boss in case somebody attacks it so we know what's going on. There we go. Somewhere there is a setting. There we go. Use operations frames as group frames. So I've got that turned on just because I get used to this one. If we turn this off, it won't affect this. But what it will do, I probably didn't need to turn it off because it won't matter. If we go to interface editor, you notice here you've got group frame 1, group frame 2, group frame 3. A standard group, non-operations group caps out at 4. So it'll actually put this style of thing here. Or if you turn on that option that we just found, wherever it was, there we go. I'll turn that back on. It'll actually put it in this style. So it's a little more compact. Who wasn't ready? I didn't see. I think it was Koi, and they put an R in the chat, so I think we're about to go. So this is a pretty organized group. They're actually using operations. They're doing summons and ready checks. Really trying to be organized. Now, nice part about this is if we have healers, which I don't know if we do or not. I think it's just anybody who wanted to join will join. See, there's some of the... Yeah, so you'll notice that I was getting healed. So the healers will actually heal the group. So we lost our healing companion, but... Oh. So you saw that, like, circle dropped. I wasn't paying attention. Nice part about the Republic side is you're actually pretty close. As long as somebody stayed alive and engaged, we might have wiped. I wonder if the whole group wiped. Yeah, people are saying the same thing. Hard to see the circles on the snow. Yeah, I think we wiped. Somebody aggroed the boss. It looks like whoever that person is. We just want to stay far enough away that we don't pull aggro. Is it that person? Alright, we'll give this another pull. And if it doesn't go, it doesn't go. Like I said, I've already done it, so... I think somebody pulled, so So this is where it gets a little frustrating in these pickup groups. Is I don't know for sure if we're starting here. That person's running away, which is just pulling the boss away. But if the rest of us are now engaged, if you get too far away, the boss is going to respawn. There's the boss respawned. So a little disorganization there. If you pull a boss too far away from their original spawn point... Oh, somebody pulled again. I don't know about this group. Okay, there the boss respawned again. Yep, okay, back to their starting spot. Yeah, people need to... I don't know what's going on. There we go. Okay. Now if nobody goes up there... Jesus. So here's what's happening. People are standing too close to the boss. And so what's happening is the boss resets, goes back to their starting spot. There's somebody within aggro range. They pull aggro, pull the boss. They run away. So they're running. They're going to get far enough away that the boss will go into evade mode. It's going to teleport or run back to her starting spot. And then there were people just standing around there, and they would pull aggro. And then the rinse and repeat. There's a couple people in the chat trying to organize this, saying don't stand too close. Let's go up on the hill. There's an actual ready check. Looks like all but one. Somebody actually asking who the tank is. That's good. Because if the tank can hold aggro, it makes life a lot easier. And the healers can then just concentrate on the tank. If you can keep the tank alive, like literally, if you can keep one tank and one healer, or maybe two tanks and a couple healers, they can, if they can stay alive, the rest of us, if we die, we can come back for DPS. It's not that big of a deal. All right, we do have a tank. Where is the tank? Oh, there's the tank down there. You can kind of tell. Look at all of our health. And then this person has 14,000 health. So there's your tank. So what we're going to do... There's Wings of the Architect. You don't see that a ton. Okay, that's an imp group, I bet, popping in. Is it? No, that's another Republic group. If they jump in, this will go a lot easier. Because they just summoned a bunch of people in. If they're quick enough... Yeah, look at... See that stack? That's all the people who are now summoning in. Okay, if they're quick enough, we're going to have two groups fighting this guy. So what we want to do, again, we want to stay away from other people. Don't run towards me. Alright, Hum, our tank, is now dead. We're going to pay extra close attention to our feet. So the boss is now on a rampage. He's not actually, or she's not actually rampaging per se. But once your tank goes down, then the boss will start bouncing around just to random people. Okay, there's our circle. We'll run away. So you can see the white light blue on white light blue is definitely a pain. And so now what's happening is the boss is just going all over the place, finding people to kill. This is where being ranged is kind of nice because we can just kite out here at the edges. God, I think there's 2 groups here. Alright, see, there's circles going down. I'm just trying to stay away from people. Alright, there's a circle. Let's get away. Ugh, stuck on the hill. There we go. So if you had like one tank just holding the boss in place, she'd be moving around a little bit more. Or a little bit less. Alright. Ooh, took a shot there. Wrong button. Alright, we're going to self-heal. Just to take pressure off of our healers. Let them keep the tanks alive. There we go. Like I said, I think there's 2 groups here now, so... Ooh, look at the lag. That's the other issue, is when it gets laggy like this, sometimes you might not see the circle drop in on you. We pulled aggro there for a second, or we were just in the line. Like right here, it's gonna be hard to see if the circle drops at our feet. But you can definitely see why this is not soloable content. That was... I mean, there's probably at least 20 people here. I think we'll get a dark token out of this one. Yep. Alright. We're out of here. So there you go. That was the 2 DVL bosses for this week. And those are the only 2. They just... Oh, what a... This is a pretty good... This Taynar, very positive person. So we got like a lot of GGs in the chat. Did everyone get it? Well done, everyone. You all should be proud. Anyone doing the Koro one? About 70 more times to get a nice gear set. Oh, that's because of the tokens, yeah. Yeah, if that's the only way you're getting tokens, that's rough. That was intense. Unexpected. Okay. We're going to go ahead and drop out of the group. There we go. Okay, I think that's about all we're going to do on Zax. We got to 35,000. Let's double check where we are on Conquest. Yeah, I think we're going to be okay. Like, we want to get to the 500,000 so we get the rewards. I'm at 273. You know what? Let's do... Who has made Conquest this week? Just 2 people. I'll show you a nice little perk, you get these from your daily logins. Let's go grab a character that I'm probably not going to do Conquest on this week. Let's grab... No. Vignero. I probably won't do him. I saved these for this very reason. So I haven't played a ton this week. So you'll notice that... Now, I've already made Conquest. I think I'm right at 500,000 on the imp side, because that's where I have been putting my effort in. But as of right now, we are at 274. So Zax will make Conquest. That'll put us at another 60. That's going to put us at 350, somewhere in that range. But in your login rewards, you occasionally will pick up these nice little gift. These things right here. Personal Conquest Requisition. So we're going to grab one. I got 12 left. I save them for this very reason. So we're just going to click on this. Congratulations, we made Conquest. I've also exceeded the 11,000 currency. So that's fine. We'll fix that in a second. This hasn't updated yet, but you'll see that I made 100,000. And with our 15% bonus, we're going to get 115,000, which will show up there eventually. Let's go ahead and I'll show you some other stuff that I normally do. I run slicing missions and just sell the components to crafters. So normally I'll set up one of my characters. Like I use this also. You'll notice that you gain influence. So I've leveled these guys up to 20 influence just running these missions.
Back soon.
So you can do 8. So we're going to stack those up. And then I just sell the... Most of the time when I get a mission, I just sell it. So like this Underworld one sold for... I got 67,000 credits for it. And then that's just a thing telling me that I sold something. Okay, let's see if it's updated yet. It can sometimes be a little slow. There we go. So Vignero now has 115,000. You can also tell that I've leveled both of these guys the exact same way, which is I ran Coruscant twice. So that guy was Tuesday, Wednesday. He was Thursday, Friday. You can look how close that their conquest total are. Because, again, you're running dailies. You're going to do basically the same thing. There'll be slight differences in who you kill, but that's about the same. Okay. We're going to pop back to Zaxo because I need to clean up those tech fragments. So we're capped out on tech fragments. Now, if you have a currency like that and you're not going to spend it on anything, you can stay capped. You just won't gain anymore. But I do want to go spend that so that we can continue to get that currency. And what I've been doing is I've been buying armor sets. So I'll show you what we're going to do here. Make sure I have enough credits. Yep. I've mentioned this before, but the old gearing system used to be called the Renown system. And in the Renown system, you could get these gear sets. And each gear set had a title. It's a legacy title, which is kind of nice, which means all your characters get it. Also, it just gives you gear set looks. When they did away with the Renown system, they also did away with the gear sets, and they redid how gearing works. We want to go down there. And so in doing that, this armor became depreciated, right? There's no actual reason for it now, but people still wanted the titles. So they redid the way the armor works. So they brought it back on this vendor over here. So we can buy, and actually there's like 4 sets you have to craft, but we can buy gear sets over here. So what I've been doing, thanks. When I get to 10,000 fragments, so I usually catch this before we come down here, we go to equipment sets. Now you'll see in general, I've actually unlocked all the sets. Trooper, I have them all, but this is a crafting set. I just have to get the schematics and craft it. Smuggler, definitely need to do some work there. We've only got one set, got one piece from that one. And I think that's how you, there's two sets. There's a piece on that one. If I remember right, that's how you used to do it. You would just get a drop and just collect the sets. If we look at Jedi Knight, we have Jedi Knight done. Again, this first one's a crafted set, so I just need to craft that. So I'm currently working my way through Consular Inquisitor. So I've grabbed these first 4 sets. So the next set in line is Decelerate the Situation. So you get the legacy title Decelerator. So you'll see that each one has a legacy title. So like on that one, right? I've got four pieces over time when the system was still active. But we want this one. Okay, so we've got Decelerate the Situation. So we're going to come back to this vendor. And we're going to look in 2 spots. The first is Armor Lockbox of, but I don't see a Decelerate the Situation in that. So the rest will be alphabetical. They're Decelerators Armor Lockbox. So we're just going to buy that. It's 10,000 tech fragments and 1,000,000 credits. So it's a little bit of a gold sink as well. And so then I'm just going to open that. So I got the, so that one, that achievement's now done. Got the title. I'm going to go ahead and grab the armor. So a couple of things you're going to see here. So the way these used to work is if you look down at the bottom, let's see if I can get that a little clearer to see. There we go. If you had 2 pieces of this armor, you got +2 mastery. If you had 4 in this set, you get Force Slow now has 2 charges. And I think some sets had 6. So what you could do is you'd put this armor on to get those bonuses. They did away, there used to be a whole different system, which is now built into the combat style. This whole system, there was this whole, I think they called them proficiencies, where you could select certain things and then you would pair it up with these gear. It was a much more complex system. But that's how this gear used to work. Now you'll notice it's all red, which means it no longer works. Maybe it works up to 75. I don't know. I think they did away with these bonuses. I can't remember. Something I'll have to check. Okay. So now what that's done is if we look at our currency, we're now down to 1,000 tech fragments. While we're here, we're going to go ahead and spend our conquest. So the other thing that I'm doing just with our currencies is I'm buying all of the operations sets of gear across all 8 classes.
Can I get you anything?
So we're just going to say crate. So we got 2,000 conquest commendations. We're going to trade that for 175 operations. So that pops our operations number up a little bit.
To browse.
And I'll probably do either a video or a live stream where we go through all of these. I went through all the Taiwanese sets, right? So for each class, there's a different set of gear.
Can I get you anything?
For troopers and bounty hunters, DPS is called the Bolt Blaster set. So I've got the blue, the Columny set for all 8 classes. I've got the green, the Taiwanese set for all 8 classes. So my next one is the purple, the Rakata set for all 8. Now they're not much different, right? Like if we look at, and again, I'm going to do probably a whole video or stream on this at some point. But if we preview this set, right, we've seen that before. Now if we go and look at the next set, which is the blue set, preview it. You can see it's similar. Some of the markings are different. The coloring is different. And then if we go to the purple set, again, slightly different markings, maybe. Shoulder pads might be different. Definitely a different color. So they're very similar. But I'm just collecting them all. So let's see. Yeah, that's just a coloring difference. It looks like the shoulder pads look the same. What about the tinies? Yeah, so it looks like they're just different colors. Now, from gear set to gear set, some of them are more drastically different than others. But a lot of it's just coloring. So that's what I'm doing. I'm just collecting up, these just spend your operations tokens to get those. So it's just something to do. All right.
Support the brave soldiers fighting across the galaxy to defend our homes. But
Yeah, we cut her off. Okay. Let's see. We've done some Galactic seasons. We've done a bounty. We still have dailies and flashpoints to hit. But I think it's time for date night. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to store this gear. So I've got characters that are just holding all these gear sets now for me. Also, we'll store these two, replenish that. Nothing else worth keeping. We'll grab our credits there. We did get a death, so 37,000, I think that's it. Yeah, that's just reputation items. Alright, so a few expansions patches ago, they added date night. In the latest one, 7.5.1, they added 2 more date nights. One for Vet and one for... Who was the other one? Eric Jorgen. I usually don't do the romance options when playing the story. Content just doesn't interest me. So I usually treat all my companions as teammates as opposed to dating them. But for whatever reason, at some point, Bellatrix and Vet, I did the romance options. I can't remember if I did it for a stream or why I did it. But if we look, we now actually do have a date night. Vet at the museum. So we're going to go ahead and do our first date night because it's the first one I've had access to. One of these days, I might build a whole set of characters so that I can do them all. Right now, you can do Koth, Lana, Theron. Who's the fourth? Koth, Lana, Theron. Let's see if I can remember based off this. It'll be Lana, Theron. No. There's one more. There's Koth. Oh, Senya, I think. So I think it's Senya, Koth, Lana, and Theron. So Lana and Theron being kind of your Republic Imperial representatives, and then Koth and Senna being your 2 Zakulian representatives from the Fallen Empire and Eternal Throne storylines. So they added Vet and they added Jorgen. Okay, so it's up here in the alerts, which is kind of nice. We're going to go ahead and check this out. So I've not done this. I was going to do it last week and just forgot. And so I left it there. I believe this is something you can only do weekly. So I think it's a once a week type of thing. So there's different options. I think there's different titles and achievements you can get. I haven't really looked at it that close. All right, so it looks like we're on our ship. Personal data pad, date night Vet. Read Vet's message in your ship quarters. Oh, so she left it in my quarters. So this is my personal quarters here. Just if you've never seen the Imperial ship. Date night Vet at the museum. Okay. So that was a Herald quest to get you here. Now we've got the personal data pad that will probably build us another quest. Oh, okay. Oh, the one thing I didn't do, I should have, is I think the alert also had text in it, and I was going to read that. Unfortunately, I don't think I can get back to that. So maybe next week. because it should show back up. All right, we'll read this one, though. Hey there. I know that being crazy busy is kind of our thing, but I just had a brilliant idea. Why don't we take the evening off for a nice romantic date? There's a museum I've been wanting to check out that has some interesting items on display. Now, before you go thinking that it sounds kind of boring, remember who you're going with. I promise there'll be plenty of excitement. You can always say no, but I'll just have to be even more charming and persuasive until you say yes. Meet Vet on McKeb. All right, so we now have it. Now, if you know anything about Vet, Vet is really into liberating lost Twi'lek artifacts or stolen Twi'lek artifacts and bringing them back to their rightful owners. So I feel like there's a theme going on here. I'm just going to travel this way. I think there is a... McKeb's a weird planet. I do believe there is a daily way to get there, but... Okay, I think they just flew us there. There, we just arrived, if you listen to the sound. Now we're going to have to manually exit our ship. I don't do this very often at all. I think it'll put us on a space station that's up above McKeb. If I remember right, but who knows. It's been a while since I've done it this way. People have mixed feelings about McKeb. Some people love it, some people hate it. You don't have to do it. You can skip it if you're doing like a playthrough. Yep, it appears we're up on the orbital station. What does it call it? Imperial Orbital Station. It's just the... That takes us to the wilderness clearing. Where does this one take us? Gravity hook. Okay. I think the wilderness clearing is where you start the story.
At your service, my lord.
Alright, looks like we're going out to Talos City. Now, travel on McKeb is interesting. You can see there's all these different mesas.
Route is confirmed.
Much like we have here. You know, we do have our quick travel for 5,000. Or we have our shuttle travel for 150.
Route is confirmed.
Depending on if you want to spend money or not. Now, what's interesting here, you've seen how long it takes to quick travel. That's pretty much always the same. McKeb is different, though, in that if you do this version of travel, you take off, but they don't make you watch the whole travel. There's a fade to black, fade back up, and we land. So it's really not much longer to use the shuttle on McKeb. So, this is also a McKeb thing. You might have to do some GSI missions to get this, but it adds a couple of things here. We get this. Is it just the one? Yeah. Bolstering your gear while in McKeb, dropping probes that will heal you for 2% every 3 seconds while in combat, providing you with a 250% XP buff to exploration on McKeb. Thank you. So that heal is nice. 2% every 3 seconds. It's just always ticking in the background. Makes a huge difference. Well, conveniently, the museum is relatively close to where we landed. At least I think. Where are we trying to get to? Let's see if we can go around the other way. There's Vet hanging out. Alright, This is all new content for me, so.
Finally. How long has it been since we could do something like this? Just you and me.
Far too long. I'm glad we could make it happen.
Me too. And thanks
I
for
took my
humoring me
face
with this
mask
little
off.
trip. I know a place like this isn't our usual scene. Would you look at that? A Twi'lek singing stone, all the way from Ryloth. What are the odds we'd stumble on something like that, here, now? Sure would be a shame if this thing went for a little trip, back to the people it belongs to.
Oh, right. We'll do a little exploration here.
Just once, I'd love it if we could do something that doesn't have the potential to end in disaster. Something that doesn't involve me eliminating anyone who gets in your way.
Oh, come on. When's the last time that happened? And can we really call it quality time if we're not getting into trouble? Now, stand back while I crack this thing open.
Now, I believe, I don't know if it was a complaint, but I think they've changed the voice actor. I think it's a different voice actor for Vet. Pretty close, but... Okay, so we're going to full role play this up. Let's find a set of gear that looks a little more casual. I do not know if I have a set of gear that looks a little more casual. That's not bad. Something that would be datey. That's not horrible. The hoods are a little bit much. That's our classic there. We'll go biofiber. That looks like something you'd wear on a date, right? Sure. Yeah, why not?
We're
We're gonna do some skipping here.
This was your plan all along, wasn't it?
guilty as charged.
Vet.
Come on. It'll be fine. And stuff like this always brings us closer together. And can we really call it quality time if we're not getting into trouble? Now, stand back while I crack this.
All right. Let's see what the third option is. We'll go full RP. We'll watch it again. Got a crate skull there.
Ah, finally. How long has it been since we could do something like
Looks
this?
like
Just you and me.
holocrons, spaceships.
Far too long. I'm glad we could make it happen.
Me too. And thanks for humoring me with this little trip. I know a place like this isn't our usual scene.
Some skulls.
Would you look at that? A Twi'lek singing stone, all the way from Ryloth. What are the odds we'd stumble on something like that, here, now? Sure would be a shame if this thing went for a little trip, back to the people it belongs to.
So, from a lore standpoint, Ryloth is the home planet for the Twi'leks. If I remember right, at least in Legends, I don't know if this is canon anymore. I think Ryloth is tidally locked to its star, to its sun. So tidally locked being like our moon is tidally locked to the Earth. So the same side always faces us. It doesn't, as it orbits, the same side always faces the Earth. I think their planet is that way. So one side of the planet is just baked, and the other planet is in perpetual darkness, the other side. So it's like either stupid hot or stupid cold. And so there's this habitable zone like right on the border between those two. I think that's the Legends version of Ryloth, but I might be wrong. It's been a long time since I looked at that.
And I suppose that's where we come in.
Yes! I knew you couldn't resist
wasn't very
a little
teasing.
mayhem. Now, stand back while I crack this thing open. They made this way too easy. It's like they want people to walk in and take back all the stolen stuff.
Time is of the essence, my dear. Perhaps if you let me...
No, that's a surefire way to get us caught. Besides, it's more fun when you're up against the chronometer. Just need to cut a few more wires, trip a few circuits. This should only take a second.
All right. Not sure if that was about to end. I have no idea how long these are either.
Just once, I'd love it if we could do something that doesn't have the potential to end in disaster. Something that doesn't involve me eliminating anyone who gets in your way.
Oh, come on. When's the last time that happened? And can we really call it quality time? Now, they made this...
You do know what you're doing, yes?
Now, what would give you the impression that I don't? Just need to cut a few more wires.
That got us back to our spot. Once we get our path, then we'll probably watch it all the way through.
This was your plan all along, wasn't it?
Guilty as charged.
Vet.
Come on. It'll be fine. And can we really... Now, they made this...
It's always remarkable to me how easily this comes to you.
We all have our thing. You smash, I grab. It's why we work so well together. Just need to cut a few more wires, trip a few circuits. This should only take a second.
Should.
Uh-oh. I guess they did put a little thought into their security measures after all. Don't worry. I'll figure this out.
Stand aside.
Okay, but nothing too Sithy, right? And hurry.
Anything else I can destroy for you?
Well, you can't argue with results.
So what I like about... So there's definitely going to be some... No. Okay, so I think... I'll have to look it up. I don't know if this date night is available to everybody or just to the Sith Warrior, who's the vet, was the original companion to. So while you do get vet back, or you do get vet on all characters if you play them far enough, I don't know if you can romance vet after through the... So I think this might be exclusive to the Sith Warrior, which makes that Sithy line, I don't want to say more interesting, but I was wondering if that line would be different. So, okay, just talking through stuff myself.
Just once, something that does...
Oh, and they...
It's always...
We are just...
All right, so there's a choice here. Again, I think they've talked about different outcomes, different... potentially even different titles or different rewards. So we're going to keep track. We'll let Vet do her thing on this first one. We'll keep track of this, though. And again, I think you just run this same mission over and over. Okay, this is my first date night, so I don't know.
There. Fixed it.
All yours.
Smaller than I thought it would be.
Are we still talking about the singing stone? Hey there, fellas. Sorry about all the noise. We just got a little lost. Can you tell us where the geology wing is?
They don't seem convinced.
What kind of museum is this?
Vet!
I know!
Alright. Well, this playthrough, we're going to go all in on Vet doing her things.
Focus, Vet! This is nothing you cannot handle.
That was way too close. Am I losing my touch?
I don't believe so. But if a day ever comes where you do fail, it won't matter. I will be by your side for it all. Until the end.
Yeah, I know. I really do. It's just being around you for so long. Someone who makes everything seem so easy. Guess I forgot that things don't always go the way they're supposed to. Or at least the way I think they should. But hey, maybe this wasn't such a disaster after all. More alone time for the two of us.
I could think of worse outcomes.
Oh, I got a kiss. Alright, that might be the end. I don't know. So we'll check out the other options.
Which...
This was your plan,
feels
Vet.
and we are just up. There. Are we? Hey. What? I...
Focus!
Help.
Alright, we'll probably end with the flirty one, but let's try
We
this one.
recovered the singing stone. We survived. Because of you. You're every bit as capable as you've always been.
That's sweet, but... Come on. You don't have to spare my feelings.
You know that isn't something I do, Vet. Believe me when I say you're the strongest, most determined woman I've ever met, or ever will meet.
Being around you for so long. Someone who makes everything seem so easy. Guess I forgot that things don't always go the way they're supposed to.
This is the same line there.
Or at least the way I think they should. But hey, maybe this wasn't such a disaster.
So I got us back to the same spot. Time to get flirty.
This
feels
Vet.
and can they
It's
we are just up. There. Are we? Hey. What? I...
Focus, Vet!
That one.
Perhaps things didn't go as you expected. But there's beauty in mayhem, in chaos, in the unknown and the unfamiliar. Why do you think I was so drawn to you in the first place?
You're making me blush, you know. And I need to focus. Unless you want to stay in here forever.
Maybe I do.
Nice try, but I don't need cheering up or anything. You make a convincing argument. I'll find a way out. Just... maybe later.
Here we go. Date night. So there is an achievement. Random museum heist with Vet. So where are those? I didn't click it quick enough to auto open it, so let's see if I can find that. Where might they put it? That hasn't changed. Wouldn't be retired. Wouldn't be a flashpoint. Companion. Date night. There we go. Okay. Oh, so it's Arkin. Arkin Koth. Lana Theron. Eric Vet. Okay, so it looks like we just have to do it over and over. So it's 5. Is that the same for all of them? 5, 5, 5, 5. See, now the completionist in me is I'm going to have to make characters. So many 1, 2, 3, 4. think you have to go female trooper for that one. I don't know if they same sex retroactively or not. These, I think it can be either or, but it's going to be, you can only romance one companion. So that's going to be 4 different characters. So that's 6 characters so far to complete this. I have a female trooper. I don't know that she romanced Jorgen. We'll check her in a second. Okay, so we get, looks like a, okay, so it is a legacy title. That is cool. I like legacy-based stuff. You know, if you do something on a character, make all your characters have it. So you got Vet's Vow. We've got Jorgen's Joy. Theron's Treasure. I said Lana's Lover. Is that Kindred? What do you want to guess? It's an AA. Arcane's Admirer, or Arcane's Admirer. All right, and then the other thing it looks like is there is a decoration. So we've got mounted training sabers. What's this one? Salted marsh grub platter. We've got advisors Dejaric table. So that's the chess table from A New Hope. We've got Theron's broken data pad. In a shadow box, evidently. Something there. And we've got Jorgen's rifle case. Also in a display type of thing. So rifle in display. And we've got McKeb Museum display. Oh, do I get the... I get the singing stone. So we don't... Evidently, I guess if you go through and you recover 5 of them, you get to keep 1. That's fair. I'll give him that. All right, so yet another thing of achievement hunting that I'll have to do. Unfortunately, for these 4, I think you have to... I think for all of them, you have to be at least through Fallen Empire. I might have to look into just like buying the... You can buy an item that will give you a character that's already advanced. I might just have to do that, so... Oh, hey, didn't see that you're cutting out, Kyler. Yeah, have a good one. All right, but I think that is, like I said, I think it's a once a week type of thing. So we're gonna have to just keep doing that to get the whatever. All right, cool. It's always cool to see new content, different content, anyway. All right, so we did our bounty. We did the bosses. Now I think it's just on to some Galactic season stuff. So we need to get 100 kills there. We need a healer. That one's pretty easy. And then we got 2 flashpoints. So... I don't think we got anything in our inventory. Nope. So we're going to do these on the Imperial side because, like I said, I'm still trying to get that Guild 264. So we might as well get our conquest points over there as well. So let's do... Who do we want to do the flashpoints with? Probably use one of these 2 guys. Let's do dailies with Manto and flashpoints with Manta. So let's start with the flashpoints. So let's take a peek at what's on the list for this week. We have Directive 7, Mandalorian Raiders, Cademimu, and Spirit of Vengeance. So the first thing we're going to check is, are there any achievements for any of those that we could pick up? So Directive 7, let's start there. Ooh, I don't have a ton of Directive 7. Alright, so we fought that droid 12 times, 12 times, 12 times. Cleared the bosses. Okay, so we're not gonna, I mean, we get 13, we get closer, running on veteran mode. Let's check Academy Moo. Looks like we've got veteran mode done, so no real reason to do that one. Mandalorian Raiders. Veteran mode is also done, which left Spirit of Vengeance, which is newer. We're at 11 there. Okay, so no real thing. And then General's done. You get that. Or... Nope, not Academy. Directive 7, I think. Wasn't it, right? Nothing for the boss, nothing for the boss. We don't even get the... You get one for Master Mode? Yeah, there's a Master Mode version, but not a Veteran Mode version of the decoration. Should be there if it existed. Alright, well, for some variety, we could run one Directive 7 and one Kadamimu. No, not Kadamimu, one Spirit of Vengeance. Those are the two we need stuff on. Yeah, so you'll notice the difference is, so look down here. Let's see if it's even the same. Where's the Master Mode version? Is it at the top? There we go. Yeah, so it's the same actual decoration, but down here in the bottom there's a different little icon. So you got the purple star for that one, and in this one we have a whatever that symbol is. Alright, well, if there's anybody in the chat that wants to see either of those, go ahead and throw it there. Otherwise, I think we'll do... I think Spirit of Vengeance is a little quicker than Directive 7. Interrogator. Yeah, that one's a little bit longer. Plus, this one will get us closer to that. Because, again, Directive 7, for whatever reason, doesn't have a veteran member one. Okay. I talked myself into Spirit of Vengeance. So. The other question is, are either one listed in here? Spirit of Vengeance, because we also want to get the combat droid. Because that'll make our life easier as well. Actually, I don't think you get one on Spirit of Vengeance. I'm trying to remember if you get one on Directive 7. I can't remember. Alright, well, I don't see the droid on this one, so let's go ahead and do that so we can knock out our heal achievement. Or heal. Galactic Seasons Weekly. Alright, we're not going to go out of our way to fight things, but we'll fight what we have to. Yeah, this is pretty easy. Probably could double DPS this, at least most of the time. Maybe not for the boss fights. Boom, 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 boom. Take down the ads, then we'll go for the main guy. Nice shot there, Bessie. Kind of overkill. He was already dying. So same thing here. In general, it's a good policy to take out the weaker guys first and work your way up the chain. If you kill the strong guy first, it takes longer to kill and everything's attacking you the whole time. Whereas this way, you fight off the easy guys and now you're taking less incoming damage. Now in this mode, it probably wouldn't matter, but on harder modes, that really starts to make a difference. So same thing here. We'll try to get all the normals first if we can. Alright, we'll finish that normal. And then if you have two of the same difficulty, you'll often fight from left to right, or whatever your group has predetermined. And that's usually done in what we call screen space, so left to right on the screen. I think something comes in behind us. Yeah, you can see him spawning up there. Bessie went back to get him herself. There we go. Pulled aggro. Alright, then I think there's one group that spawns on this ramp coming up. Yeah. If you want to avoid them, you can just jump over the edge. Get their attention. Hello there. Alright, so I think the first boss fight is in this area. But in general, before you do a boss fight, it's not a bad idea to clear out the area so you don't want to like be fighting the boss and then get aggroed into this group. Now you're fighting the boss and the group together. As a general rule of thumb. So you can see in this mode our health is, I don't know if it's dropped below 90. So you can see the heal things are in place for a boss fight. See this? So there's the spawn. So we've been right in the middle of that group. And so if we didn't clear them out ahead of time, like if you snuck by them or something like that, now you'd have to fight the boss and the group at the same time. Not saying you can't do that, but it definitely adds to the challenge. So in general, it's not a bad idea to make your life a little easier. Alright, moving on. I think this is, now we go to another ship, if I remember right. Since we're not paying a ton of attention to the story here. Oh, the fire hurts you. Medic! That's the other thing in general. usually not a bad idea to take the healer out first. If you let the healer just keep healing, it just lengthens the combat, right? It's resource management. You know, if your goal is to lower their resources, their health, in this case, the longer the medic's alive, the more resource recovery takes place, the longer combat takes. Oh, we got down to 91 there. Oh, I think that got us to the 80s. This is definitely a tougher fight than the ones we've already seen. Is this the jumping puzzle? Yep. So same thing. Take out the medic. And then we just start burning these guys down. But you can see, like, our health, right? Our health has basically been continuously refreshed because we have a healer. So you don't want them to get the same benefit. If you are doing this in a group, there's a couple of achievements here. One you get for being the first person to go through it. I think the other one you just get for going through it. I can't remember for sure. It looked like a canister you could blow up, but I don't think so. There we go. Oh, there was a box in the way. So why can't I get aggro on this guy? His body must have fell through the floor. I think so. Oh well, that's just probably credits. So. So now we're just grinding through. I think there's an achievement for completing this, keeping all these guys alive, and I think there's one for completing it when you kill them all. I've done them both, so we're just going to leave them. No point in picking up extra combat. We'll run on their food, though. There we go. Got a commando, and an officer. We'll take the commandos out first. So the officer has to watch as we decimated his peoples. Again, the side groups we're just going to leave. You can see the medic healed themselves. So it took us 2 rounds to kill the medic. This time we'll spare the officers the humiliation of watching their troopers die. Alright, moving on. What do we got in this group? Medic, Commando, Specialist, Commander. So in these runs, this is normally called trash. Basically, Flashpoints operations are usually a set number of what we call bosses. And then those are linked together by the normal fights, which these fights are. Although this is a little rough. This is 5 strongs. They could do some damage. Yeah, I guess down in the 70s. But as we thin the group, then our healer will be more effective. Or at least keep us fuller. Funnily? Is that a word? The less incoming damage, the less efficient or effective your healer actually is. They drop a lot of wasted heals there. I think you can do the bonus boss in veteran mode, so we'll come in here and grab that. So again, our attack there knocked the medic down, which is kind of nice. Our death from above. Ooh, I see the 50s. Will we get to the 40s? Also, our healer's taking damage, so Bessie has to split healing between the two of us. So I'm not getting 100% of the heals now. There we go. Alright, so our first piece is here. First paired cell key. Then the second one is just over here. We'll go from back to front. That way they don't see the guys dropping behind them. Keeps them encouraged. So I dropped a dot on the specialist there. Or the one closest to me. So that damage over time's ticking while I fight the other guys. Alright, there's our second piece that we're looking for. So you don't have to do that. You can just go down this hallway. Here. And then you would get to the same spot, but you wouldn't get the bonus boss thing. Oh, it doesn't work in Flashpoints. Oh, okay. We've made 0 progress on that. Well then, let's go double DPS. It's not a hard one to do. You can just go to a low-level planet and knock that thing out in 5 minutes, probably. So, not a big deal. I don't remember that being a thing in past versions, but maybe it was. It didn't work in Flashpoints, but I don't remember. Oh, Bessie's gonna die. That's messier. So you can see the difference of not having a healer. Alright, maybe we'll go back to the healer then. That was a lot of damage there. Alright, let's go back. Alright, so there's our bonus boss there. And then I think this is that's the actual mission there. And then this is the bonus boss. I'm going to put Bessie over here. And I'm going to come over here. Because I think the boss has a knockback. So we'll just wedge ourselves against the wall so we don't get knocked back. Also has those tend to be area attacks. So this way Bessie's not taking damage on those swipes. Like that one there I think is a cone attack. So bonus boss just means it's optional. You don't have to do it. On a lot of Flashpoints, the bonus boss is one of the hardest bosses in the Flashpoint. There's achievements for them, for a lot of them. Some Flashpoints, they don't exist on the lower levels. They only exist on the master mode. Kind of varies. Not 100% consistency across the different ones for that. I evidently have never done the bonus boss on this character. That's possible. If I've run this, it would most likely be on Zach's. If I had to guess. You can see the dot ticking away over there. So I got a third, maybe half of the health cleaned up. Probably close to a third. So if they're normal, the death from above knocks them down, which is kind of a nice little perk of that. Two medics. He came prepared. I'm gonna go ahead and hit my defensive, not because I'm worried about dying, but it does do reflection damage. Just ups our DPS a little bit.
This is embarrassing.
So same thing here. Right, we're not going to worry about the main boss until we get these ads taken care of. Just so we have less incoming damage. I did drop a dot on the main boss. Because we want that to run for as long as it will. There we go.
This is embarrassing.
Nah, it's just bask soon. Sooner, son. Either way. It's lights out for some. How is that for cheesy pun? Yeah, I'm popping codex entries. I do wish those were either legacy wide or there was a legacy tab so you could see all of them. Alright, so on this side, lore keepers are our healers now. So we'll want to make sure we take them out. I think we're on yet a different ship here, if I remember right. This is our third ship in this Flashpoint. Alright, we got a pilgrim. There's our lore keeper in the back. I don't think I can. Maybe. So if we use our death from above, we'll knock the two pilgrims down. If they're knocked down, there means no incoming damage. Makes it life easier for our healer. Anytime you can make life easier for your healers is a good thing. Got our healer down, our normal down. Now we'll do our two strong ones. Rinse and repeat. Oh, they're just not in the circle. So sometimes I'll area attack while there's still a normal in the group. Once you get it down to 2, your area attacks start to lose their efficiency. I don't know what the exact cutoff is. I usually shoot for like 3 if I've got 3 in the group, because they use up a lot of resources. Can't remember if these do something or not. Oh, they're lore objects. Yeah, while we're getting shot at by the 2 things, we should check out the lore objects. Importance of Mandalorian. Alright, so as far as I know, there's no way to actually attack those things. Here, can I get Bessie to do it? Are you allowed to run across there? Yeah, see, they're immune. So this is an encounter that is set up for this reason. You fall through the false floor. Into the trap. Now we get ourselves out of the sewer or whatever we're in here. Is the waste processing on a starship still called a sewer? Or is that just a terrestrial word for it? There's important things that we have to know. Alright, so again, we're going to, if we can just leave that group alone, we're going to do it. Rinse and repeat. There's always a convenient terminal next to a force field.
You've made a poor choice.
My choices are fine. I don't think you can take me.
We're all weak. The defense is dishonorable. Shape Vizsla is a blight on Mandalorian honor.
Oh, such hateful words. Alright, I think this is the final boss. I think it's Head of Coal, if I remember right. I love that 3 missile shot. It's one of my favorites. I think that's our group, our team. And we're trying to fight our way into here, if I remember right. There she is. That shot there. Love it. Well, she's really going after Bessie. She must hate Basilisk war droids as a traitorous Mandalorian. Alright, so there's a couple different phases here. Hopefully they'll come to us. Nope. Shooting through the platform. That's what I didn't want. Wanted them all to stay grouped up. Taking out one by one. And then once we get this guy, Hedda should come back. And then I think there's one where there's a couple droids in the corner or something like that. Let's get 30 meters away. There we go. Wow, look at the missiles.
I'm enjoying this diversion. Still alive? Impressive.
Yeah, I do okay.
I'm enjoying this diversion.
Alright, so we have one set of ads there and then 2 in the back. So I guess that's what it is. Alright, 3 down, 2 to go. My healer's been working on that one the whole time. Head is back, just in time to get the dot. Must be random. Circle with their little knockdown stun thing. What are my choices? Flashpoints or Conquest? Those are more valuable. Can I take anything cool for loot? We did get a decoration, which I only have one of. So, like... I thought they were candles, but they're not quite candles. Yeah, so companion gift, companion gift. Satchel of crafting materials. Okay. That is odd. Alright, so it should give us, yep, 1 of 2 completed. Let's go ahead and jump out. Actually, let's do it this way. If we just exit, it might put us... I don't know for sure where it would put us, but I don't want to load up another planet. Alright, we need a second one. Do we do that again? Or do we go to Directive 7 for variety? $12. I mean, there's more achievement points in doing that one. Looks like I've done it 5 times on Master Mode. But Spirit of Vengeance has the decoration. We've only done it once on Master Mode. Decisions. There is no general over here, so... Well, for variety, let's go ahead. If it's in here, we'll do Directive 7. If it's not, we'll go back to Spirit of Vengeance. There it is. Same rewards, so... Doesn't matter much. I always forget to hit the space bar. Alright, this one's quite a bit longer, so we're going to skip the bonus missions.
My apologies for not landing closer to the objective. Anti-aircraft fire was simply too intense.
Oh, we get the combat droid in this one. Alright, let's do the bonus missions then. They don't take much longer. So because we have the combat droid, we're going to put Bessie over in DPS. So now we're 2 DPSs and, well, I guess a healer. Healer, tank, DPS. The droid will do whatever you want it to. Or whatever it thinks it needs to do. You don't have a lot of control over it.
We've detected extensive security forces at the facility entrance. If you disable the enemy's targeting sensors, our fighters should be able to dispatch them for you.
Thanks. Ooh, look at my health. So that was the combat droid. It does its own deal. It'll tank for a while, it'll DPS for a while, it'll heal you. It likes to let you get low on health. I think in some flashpoints the combat droid could actually solo the flashpoint. It's always been a challenge I've wanted to do, is find an easier flashpoint, and then just put my companion away, my main companion, and just let the droid, see if the droid can handle it. Alright, we're going to go a little bit out of our way, because I can't remember how many of those little stations there are in this flashpoint for the bonus mission. But there is one down here. So we will get it. Oh, we got one of them off the edge. Oh, I don't think it died though. No, it's trying to get back to us. Where is it? It ran all the way through the water over to this ramp to try to get back to us. So that was not all that effective. Sometimes if you knock things off, they just die. And then you don't have to fight them. But alright, first, I call this maybe a mini boss. I don't know. It's probably a full boss. Directive 7 has a lot of bosses in it.
Fans were a bit overzealous. The fuel monitoring tower nearby should be tall enough to span the gap, if you can knock it over.
I can't say I remember that audio bit. Maybe it's always been there. It's like a hint on how to get there next. I think a group of us, we tried to see if there's a way to get over here to the next section without doing that. We never found a way up, so I don't know if it's even possible. Alright, let's see if these work or not. Okay, cool. Bessie sniping things from the back. Combat droid tanking. I think I've mentioned this before. It'd be cool to have a mode where you could use your companions, and you could run you could run 3 companions, like so your standard group of 4, and either you chose what they were, or it was just automatically they would take the roles of tank, DPS, and healer.
Beloved friends,
and then you could run your whole squad.
Harmless exchanges of ionized plasma overhead. Our enemy's weapons are incapable of causing us harm.
Ooh, such confidence. I do kind of feel bad about killing a liberated T7 droid there. He seemed nice enough. Having scavenging on this is nice. You get lots of metal. If you stop to do it. That's the, I don't want to say downside, but if you run these as a group without companions, then you have to actually do the scavenging. Which could upset some groups if they're trying to kind of speed run their way through it. And you're back there harvesting metal. With a companion, it's nice because the companion will can just do it. Although with two, it's easier just to have us both do it. Usually for harvesting, whether it's bio for organics or scavenging for robots, it usually is only the strongs or higher. So the silvers and golds. We're fighting everything. We will vengefully kill all the robots. Even this guy out here, he's really minding his own business. Oh, you brought friends. That was actually pretty crazy. There's one more in there. Yep. See, so now I can start running. Bessie did the harvesting.
Our home remains as it has always been. A bastion of freedom against the savage lashings of organics. Continue with your assignments as normal.
So while this won't knock down the strongs, it actually does more damage, I believe. So 2,400 versus 1,000. Rip it. We haven't even made it to the droid that called us yet. I think he's right in there. Devastation. Blow them all up. Don't think I missed any of these in the last section.
Perform your tasks content in the knowledge that our true liberation approaches precisely on schedule.
Again, so much confidence. Borderlining on arrogance. can't remember. I think if there's enemies around this when it blows up, it does damage to them. When this little orbital strike thing comes in. Don't think it hurts you. I think it does hurt you. Any enemies you're around. So there, our companion android just guarded me. Grab them all. The downside of the companion droid, or moments like this, I think he's actually taunted, so like my defenses don't actually do much because they're not shooting at me. Look at all the metal. All right, area cleared. On to the next. Oh, Bessie took some damage. Which our combat droid has decided not to heal. We'll charge her up just in case. I'm pretty sure the combat droid will eventually heal her.
You killed them. I help.
Alright, so this is a fight where you've got this one who has a reflection shield and this one who has a damage shield. So you switch and fight whichever one doesn't have the shield. Or the shields.
Fight as one. We are one.
Don't beat the DPS that shoots the reflection shield and get yourself killed. Your team will not be happy with it.
You will grow tired. You will weaken.
No shields. All right.
So that was the leader of the...
In we go. Alright, I think there's one or two things in here now that we have to collect or click on. Whoa! Haven't seen that happen in a while. Did I lose my combat droid? Unexpected. Yeah, combat droid's gotten stuck back there. Alright. We'll just pull ourselves back here a little bit. That's why I died. There we go. Combat droid made it in. You'll see that occasionally where companions will get hung up at the thresholds of areas or doors and stuff like that. Alright, so that's one of the things we have to collect. So it's another bonus mission. Or part of the bonus mission. Shows you how much I just wasn't paying attention to my own health, though, that I just stood there and died. It can happen when you get into, I don't know, these kind of like daily grindy modes where you're really not in a ton of danger. You start to get a little lax in your attention to detail. Which I evidently fell victim to. For normals, these guys are actually pretty tough.
Dear friends, our revolution continues to approach just as we've all hoped and planned.
Boom. Not too tough, but don't think we missed any. But before we go too far, I want to double check. Yep. It's like a race car movie. You shift 100 times, which doesn't make any sense.
Directive 7 was founded to let our fellow droids embrace free will. We would create our own society of reason and freedom.
Seems reasonable. Except Mentor is crazy. Of 8.
As time went on, Mentor focused more and more on dealing with the organics, and everyone else blindly followed along.
Medical unit. Can a medical unit heal a droid? Or is it set up to be a organic unit? We'll have to leave one alive and see. Overseer crows. That seems dangerous. We'll leave those guys alone. They seem innocent.
We will only be remembered for lashing out with the same irrational violence as the organics who built us.
That is unfortunate, my friend. Alright, moving on. This is actually a pretty cool flashpoint. On the longer side. If you go through all the different flashpoints. It's got a decent story, good mechanics.
Our geothermal power cores have reached 90% of the charge we require. Statistically, our victory is beyond certainty.
I like when they put kind of like the protocol and astromech droid together. Kind of a nod to the 3PO R2-D2 pairing.
Please note that one or more organics may have found their way into the facility. Ignore them. Security teams will eliminate the problem shortly.
Ignore me. You guys haven't been ignoring me, that's for sure. This is kind of a cool encounter. The interrogator droid will scan one member of your group. It's always going to be me. And then you get an ad that is the same class, so in this case bounty hunter, as the person who got scanned. So if you had different, like, say you had an agent and an inquisitor, if they got scanned, they could actually, that's what your enemy would be. Kind of a cool little touch. If you do want to see these on master mode, my youngest son and I two-manned, I think we got through all but one, and maybe not like some of the very, very last flashpoints, but of all the original flashpoints, I think we got by all but one. There was one we just couldn't get by a certain boss. It was not a Sullen Tython. I think it was the Korriban one. I can't remember. I think that's a bug because I looted, but the little icon thing didn't go away.
Beloved comrades,
Bulwark.
I must regrettably confirm that a general security alert is now in effect. Advanced defensive protocols have been enacted to bring a rapid resolution.
Let's double check something here real quick, but pretty sure we didn't leave a... Yep. Make sure we didn't miss one of the clickies.
Defending organics will soon pose no danger to our plans. The revolution will proceed.
Well, that's good. I really do want to root for you. Okay, so we've got more of these things out here. We also have these things, which is yet another bonus. But these two are part of one bonus. I think these are the replicator nodes for the other bonus. Or that might be the... I can't remember. Let's see. Yeah, that's a replicator node. So we'll just clear out the space. Get all the bonuses. See if this works. If they even stay alive long enough. Either they weren't close enough or it doesn't work. I can't remember. By fighting all this stuff, we are getting, yeah, quite a bit of conquest points. Alright. Keep moving on. The last guy, you better get out of here. I got yourself hurt. Oh, I think we got all of those that we needed. So that means we don't necessarily have to go get that one that was down by the water early on. Yep, you got tagged. That's what you get for hanging out with bad guys. I know there's one other thing over here. I can't remember if it's a node or one of these things. Yeah, it's a node. So let's go get that. I don't know if there are the exact right number or extras. So we'll go with the no stone unturned approach. Alright. Well, that area is clear. On to the next. Should be coming up on Bulwark, I think. There's Bulwark.
Defensive protocols have engaged. You don't go far. Defensive protocols have engaged.
There we go. Okay. So the mechanic on this one is don't let these repair droids fix what we just blew up. Because if you do, then they repair the little dealies and you have to go click them again. I don't think I've ever seen them attack us. I'll take it. There he's going to try to do his job.
No! Organics have reached the central processor core. All units not assigned to level 7 critical tasks must immediately report for security assignment.
Security assignment, huh? I actually kind of like how every once in a while Bessie shoots the corpse. Don't know if it's a bug programming error, but I think it's kind of funny. I want to hope that they did it on purpose, but I don't think they did. Okay, node cleared. Node cleared. No one over there. There, she just shot the corpse. Love it. Like that shot was close enough to the death. That one at least made sense.
Mentor will turn everything he has against you. Be ready.
Alright, we are getting close. The boss is there, bonus boss is there. Alright, this one I think you can skip. Like if you run up and around this way, I think you can skip it, but we want the two. I think we need one. What do we need? Thermal sensors, replicator nodes. Yeah, we're at 7 of 8. So there are extras. That wasn't very nice. There we go. That one should go away. Destroy the replicator. Okay, that should be the bonus boss. Yep. So it's down there.
You should be aware that Mentor is intricately tied to the facility's geothermal power cores, deep beneath this moon's surface.
Alright. Probably 3 or 4 more trash pulls. We'll do the bonus boss and then we'll get Mentor. Alright, so this general fight, I think this one goes away. Am I remembering this wrong? Yep. And these guys spawn. And then as you kill them, like we'll concentrate on this one first. When we kill the elite, then you get ads that spawn. And I can't remember in the harder levels if they spawn more, but in general you don't want to kill all these guys at once, otherwise you'll get overwhelmed by ads. Again, in veteran mode, it's not as hard. Get our loot, which is isotape stabilizers, flashpoint stabilizers, and those crafting materials.
Engage all internal security measures. Defend the core at all costs.
So if you're quick enough, you can skip those guys.
Irreparable damage to the moon's core structure is likely. Be prepared to make a quick evacuation when the time comes.
But since we've killed everything else, we're not skipping them. There we go. And it looks like we missed something. Okay, so we have missed somewhere one of the little towery things, one of these things. Shouldn't be in here. We lost our audio for our speeder. So this is where you have to decide how important bonus things are to you. Do you want to go back and look for it or not? They're all inside this building, so we wouldn't have to go back so far as to... There it is. I don't know how I missed that one. Don't think it really got me anything. 253 conquest points. So probably not worth it, but that's alright. We're going completionist today. Alright, it's good. Time to go do the final fight. This one can be brutal. It can be a rough fight. Mechanics aren't overly complex, but there's a lot going on if you haven't done a lot of operations. So for a flashpoint, this one is got some things.
Mentor. You are by far the most savage, violent, relentless organics I have ever encountered. The prototypical representatives of your kind. The revolution cannot be stopped. When the signal is transmitted, my very being will spread to the farthest corners of the galaxy. After that moment, nothing you do here will matter. I will be everywhere, slaughtering your people on every world in existence.
What made you hate us so much?
I do not act out of hate. I am not like you. I act out of duty. I have guided my people to their moment of ultimate triumph. I brought an end to the most damaging scourge to ever face this galaxy. Your kind will be nothing but memories and rotting flesh.
That's pretty ambitious. Alright, so in general, the way this works is you attack Mentor. You have to destroy these 4 things. Turrets will pop up there. Big turrets will pop up here. There's like a claw that'll come out of the ceiling that will stun you. There's a big robot that will spawn at some point and attack you. And so it's really just about managing all of that kind of stuff. So
The revolution cannot be stopped.
There's the claw. Alright, there's one of the first turrets. So the claw looks to be after our combat droid. So then one of the cores here will randomly become vulnerable.
I will cleanse the galaxy.
It's over there. So we're going to turn our companion loose on the droid. We want to come over here and click on that.
The revolution cannot be stopped.
There we go. And those will only stay vulnerable for a while. Alright, so I've been... No. I thought it said I was targeted by the claw.
The revolution cannot be stopped.
Alright. Go back to the big turrets now. that one's vulnerable, so let's get to it.
The revolution cannot be stopped.
Oh, did I get there in time? Ooh, I think that was really close. Big droid's back. That one's vulnerable. We need to get over there. This is the downside of doing it by yourself, because you have to take care of this part. Because your companions won't do it.
I lead the way for all your kind.
Alright, let's send our companion over there. I don't think I got there in time. But it's the only one left. So we'll just wait it out here. There we go.
The revolution cannot be stopped.
Now, after all that, we can actually attack Mentor, which really isn't too hard. There's just a lot of area attacks, claws, everything's going out mad. And I don't think you can kill the claw. Yeah, the claw doesn't do damage.
Survive.
Done it! You've really done it! As I feared, the geothermal power cores are destabilizing rapidly. The facility will be incinerated in a matter of minutes. The entire moon is going to be torn apart. I've secured an escape shuttle. Forwarding coordinates now. Hurry!
Hurry! This will be my 10th core, so those are kind of cool. It's a cool decoration. Alright, so then you normally would run out. We're just going to travel out of here. Alright, that knocked out our 2 flashpoints. So I should put this at 5. Yep, 5 of 7 for our objectives. We've got still our healing. And then this one. So I think let's go. What are we at for? Yeah, only 41,000. Alright, let's go knock out Oricon. Oricon or Yavin? Terrace, Oricon, Yavin, Ziost, or Dantooine. Yeah, let's do Oricon. We'll also knock out the heal while we're doing this. And if we don't make conquests, then we'll do Yavin as well. If we do, then we'll probably jump over into a daily run on the other Manto. Alright, we'll grab our dailies. 1 heroic, everything else is pretty normal as far as fights go. Get an area daily there, so that'll be to kill 50 guys. or 50 enemies. No longer have our combat droid. We'll miss him. He does make life easy. But we're also doing much easier content now, so don't really need him. Would be a bit of overkill. You could run multiple companions doing this kind of content. I still love that speed boost that this speeder has. Where when you first mount up, you take off really fast. I like the speeder overall, but that feature makes it awesome. You can see the difference in the open world daily area stuff versus even a veteran Flashpoint. Like we are just mowing stuff down here without much thought. It's all the curving lasers there. Our little crystal. Cool, I didn't want to fight that guy. Well, that was not very well placed. I was trying to get him and him in one, but that was pretty optimistic. So on the combat droid, actually I was just thinking something could be cool to see, potentially, would be add a mode where you can run with a bunch of your companions and do like a story mode operation with just companions. Might be more work than it's worth. Could be fun. I always forget about the little guy that spawns afterwards. Alright, you can normally skip this group, but we failed. That's alright. We need 100 people anyway, so. Getting 75 is pretty normal on just a run without going out of your way. So 100, and we already had like what, 17 done or something like that. So I'm not too worried about it. We should make it. If not, the heroic area we end in has tons and tons of enemies. So. Nice stun there, Bessie. Not too hard as far as bonus bosses go. Boom, 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 boom. This fight's always weird. Like, most of the time you just rip through her. But sometimes she'll just dump damage on you, and I don't know what causes it. Alright, so there's one mission in the north, one mission in the south, one mission in the center. You've got the first one we did just outside of each base. You got the whole area for the 50. And then you've got the heroic on the right, or the east side of the map. So mission there, mission here, heroic there, and then there and there are the where you let the people out of the escape pods. Yeah, I like my mercenary. I mean, it's a mirror class of my commando that I play all the time. So, although I think the fire effects of the mercenary bounty hunter are probably better than the electrical effects of the trooper. In the grand scheme of things, depends on what you like. We're going to switch over to the tank one here in a little bit. They've got even better. Like, they've got a flame sweep that's really cool. But yeah, I like ranged in Old Republic. Not that I won't play a melee class, but kind of prefer the range stuff. Alright, so we need to grab 5 of these for the bonus mission. We're going to try to not pull that. I think we just finished... Yeah, we just finished the heal companion part. So now we're going to get aggressive. We'll go back to damage here. Alright, so we got those 3, and then these start to respawn. Yeah, I like the... I used to main tank my Guardian, so it's the same as the Juggernaut on the Empire side. Back when I used to tank for a guild. The Sith Warrior story is pretty good. I like it. Yeah, we did date night on my Sith Warrior earlier. Alright, so we got all 5 of those. Now, if we can make this jump, if you cut the corner just right... don't... Oh, I got away with it. You can usually get by that group without pulling aggro. I thought I bounced off it there. I thought I was going to pull aggro. But... Yeah, I don't think you're alone. It's... The rate of new content has slowed a bit. So it's tough to keep playing sometimes. Alright, so we're just going to skip these guys. Stay away from that guy. He'll knock you off your speeder. Same thing over here. Skip, skip. And if we just slide back over here, all those guys we pulled aggro on will evade us. There we go. And we don't have to fight them. Although we still need 30 for that. Bonus boss done. Now we're going to do the same thing heading towards the tower now. Again, we want to avoid the dog things, whatever they are. What is it? Dread Beast. Then if you drive past the entrance, you can't go into there in combat, but if you slide yourself right over here, everything that we just ran through will evade, and now we are not in combat. We can go ahead and go inside. Yeah, the content definitely was slowing. It was slowing even before the broadsword move. I'm hoping it doesn't go into pure on maintenance mode now. We'll just see. Yeah, it's tough, especially if you're in a guild that was doing stuff and they kind of fade away. I was actually ended up being the guild master of a guild for that very reason. Like, all of the veterans that were there when I joined all slowly faded away, and I was just one that was left. And then that guild just basically fizzled out. There was a few of us left, but we all had alts in other bigger guilds to get content done. Now I mostly play solo. I would say 99% of the time I play solo. I'm technically in a guild. It's just Deconstruction Gaming Empire and Deconstruction Gaming Republic. And it's just me and my kids that are in the guild, and they don't really play anymore. I do have a couple of characters in a couple of really large guilds. They're always like capped out. I used to be pretty active with them. I had like 3 or 4 characters in each guild, and then I quit doing a lot of group content, so I pulled out all but one of my characters in both guilds. That one Empire, one Republic, and that's so that because they're always capped, so they always were kicking people out trying to get more people into the guild. So I didn't want to take up a bunch of extra spaces, but it's nice. It's nice to have a really, really big guild when you're trying to do some group stuff. So I keep those 2 characters in there, and I do conquest on those as well, so that, you know, I'm helping that guild get conquest. But most of the time, I just play on my little private guild guys. Yeah, I would move on if they put out a different Star Wars MMO. I mean, as much as I've done in this guy, I've played since beta, so like I've done a lot. It'd be hard to leave, but I can't say it would break my heart. Although, I don't know. I like the Old Republic era. I don't know if I'd want to go play in the... Like when I played Galaxies, like in the Skywalker era, I don't think that was as good of an era or story to play. I don't know. Been kind of looking at Star's Reach. It's in pre-alpha right now, so I'm hoping to get an invite to check it out. Yeah, absolutely. I have some great memories from guild events and stuff. When we were running our own guild, we had a couple of members who would put together scavenger hunts and riddles, and you know, it was quite a cool thing. In Galaxies, I was actually mayor of our city as well, so we held like city council meetings every week and stuff like that. It can be a lot of fun. Like I said, the big guild I'm in, I give them credit. They are very organized. They hold like a weekly guild meeting. They've got different subgroups that you earn points in. They put a lot of effort into it. I was an officer in that guild for a while. I eventually stepped down because sometimes I only have so much time to play, and you know, I don't want that time to be mostly me just working on officery stuff, if that makes sense. And this is a generalization, but oftentimes in MMO guilds, you'll run into a younger player base, and for them, being the leader of something actually is important. For me, it was like, well, that's what I do. Like, I'm in charge of things for a living at work. I don't want to go and do the same thing while I play. So I stepped down from the officers, but I stayed in the guild. It's a good guild. Making another SWTOR that we console or in PC, and it's gonna be the same game. That'd be interesting. Let's see, SWTOR. SWTOR's built on the Hero engine, which I've messed around with a little bit. I knew some people over there, so they got me a key to the engine, but I didn't really make very much in it. It was just dig up. Oh, that's a bonus mission. We're not going to bother with that. But yeah, it's definitely a dated engine. I mean, the game's what, 13, 14 years old now? Alright, we're just going to run away from those guys. Yeah, absolutely. Mad respect for the amount of time and effort that these guys put into maintaining that guild. It's impressive. I give them... Oh, come on. There we go. I give them tons and tons of credit. But sometimes I just want to play. Do you play other MMOs or just a bunch of single player stuff? There we go. Okay, I think that completes Galactic Seasons for us for this week anyway. Let's take a peek here. Yep, we're 7-7 now, so we can't get any more points. And we are through, almost through 21. So tomorrow I'll get 21. Yeah, like I said, I think... So the guild I'm in, the big guild I'm in, they have a main guild pub, main guild imp, an alt guild pub, and an alt guild imp. So they got 4 guilds, and the 2 main guilds are almost always capped out in full. Like I think they have a 7-day policy. If you don't log in 7 days, they just auto kick you out to clear up the space. Which, again, more power to them. That's an amount of dedication. And so, again, that's why I only left, because I'm less active with them. I only left 1 character in each guild, 1 on the imp side, 1 on the pub side. And that's mostly just, again, I make conquest on those characters, contribute to what they're doing, and I join them for any big group activities. Because sometimes you'll run into things that are just hard to do unless you're in a big guild. Like, so for instance, let's see if I can find it. This is... I need to do that. Galactic Seasons, Ventures, Alignment Currency. Yeah, I don't remember where it's at. But there's an achievement to have 50 people in your stronghold. Oh, here we go. Strongholds. What am I missing in there? Oh, I need to go and just... No, those don't have points. Yeah, there's something missing. But anyway. Which one is it? Here we go. Have at least 50 other people in your stronghold at once. That is... I don't know how you would ever pull that off, right? But if you're in a giant guild, they do every Saturday night, they do a guild organized event. And sometimes what they'll do is they'll be like, okay, we're just going to get everybody this achievement. And so they divide up into raid groups, and the whole group just summons to each different stronghold. And you just work your way down the list for everybody who participates and gets that achievement. That's just the kind of stuff you can't do without a big, giant, supported guild behind you. Okay, if you've never seen this boss, the key to him is interrupts. He's going to go into that. You want to interrupt that extract. If you don't, he heals almost as fast as the damage you can do. If you kill him fast enough, he'll try to extract off that root as well. You want to kill that root as well. So you saw how fast he died, right? Occasionally you'll see a player who's never done that before, or they're on the story version, and you'll see in chat like, I can't get by whatever his name was. You know, he's impossible to kill. It's like, yeah, if you don't do the interrupts, he definitely is difficult. So, okay, what do we have left? Just the heroic area, I think. Yep. So again, that's one of those that if you know the mechanic, he's actually pretty easy. If you don't, yeah, that's a tough fight. Yeah, I think on this server, there's only a couple of giant guilds left. Let's see. Conquest. Yeah, there's one. Call that one decent size. 1, 2, 3. Maybe the top 4 there. That's another big one. 1, 2. Yeah, there's probably a dozen. I mean, if you're putting up these kind of conquest numbers, but you can see the discrepancies, right? There's 65 to 13, 80 to 21, 97, 96. So you got Looking for Group, the Eternal Order, and Looking for More, which I think Looking for More and Looking for Group, I think are just the same group. Those are the 2/4 big guilds. Then you do have this second tier, you know, like your 35s to 20s. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll call it 5 there. 6. So let's say, you know, 2 to 4 big guilds and 6 large guilds. Then it drops off after that. You know, again, by myself, I'm only at 500,000. I got 3rd place on one time. And again, it's just me. I'm doing conquest. So. Alright, did we put it? Yeah, we're double DPS. So we're going to try to these. Usually I can get these bosses double DPS. Hopefully we don't have to go to a healer. We'll see. It can be touch and go. We've got a lot of defensives, so I think we'll be alright. As long as the second boss doesn't spawn on top of us, we'll be okay. He should spawn over there, so I think we're just far enough away that we'll be okay. Survive all of his stuns, and then we'll be okay. Yeah, closer than it should have been. If he would have come up on us, it would have been a tough fight. We still have 2 of our defensives left, though. Should be fine. And we can self-heal if we have to. This will be a very similar fight. He's got the same kind of stuns and attacks. We'll go ahead and just, for safety's sake, we're going to shield up there. Alright, then when our shield drops, that should give us a big chunk of healing as well. Should be alright. Perfect. And 80% health. Alright, so those are the 2 bosses. So now we've got to get the 4 ships. If we do this correctly, we shouldn't have to fight anything else. We sneak about here. Cut behind the little crane here. This can be touch or go. This droid sometimes will aggro you. If you slip right back here, you can usually get by it. If he does aggro you, just keep going and you can drop aggro. But and there's also one of the champions that walks through this area, so make sure they have a bit larger aggro range, so be careful with those guys. Alright, number 4. I think you have to do 6 of these in the story version. I can't remember. Alright, we didn't make conquest. How far away are we? Oh, 92,000. We're close. So let's do this. We're going to jump over to Hutta and just fill in the gap there. Yeah, I missed the young players, but yeah. Especially early on when you're first playing, having a guild to support you, answer questions and stuff like that is very, very nice. There's just so many, the MMO genre in general, there's just so much in these games that it can get a little overwhelming. Alright, we're going to slip out of town here. So all we're going to do here, we only need 8,000 conquest points now. And we can get 12,500 by doing the 2 defeat enemies conquest items. The first one is 25, and you get like 4,000 and change for that one. The second one is 50, you get 8,000 and change. So between the two, you get 12,500, which will be plenty for us. So this is obviously a starter world. So nothing here is going to even touch us as far as hurting us. We'll mostly one-shot everything. I don't know when the last time you've played. They have updated Hutta. Hutta has a completely different look and feel to it now. Updated some of the geometry. The shaders definitely different. The fog and the overall look of it has changed from before. Alright, so what we're going to do is just work our way counterclockwise in a circle here. Or just around this general area. Right, we should be into the second tier here. Let's look. Oh, not quite. One short. There we go. So there's the first 4,000. Now we'll turn this on so that we can keep track of where we're at. You can see this is where we started the area. They've already respawned, so you can. There's somebody else in here fighting. Only level 6, so he's probably actually doing the stories. We're just in harvest mode. That's left over from the first time we came through here. So you can see the loot markers marking our path, but you can also see just how fast they respawn. So it's not like we're ruining the experience. Now, there's a lot of players here. I might go to another area, just so I don't, especially if you're just starting out, me coming around here and just obliterating all the enemies might not be all that helpful. But we'll do a couple laps here and that'll knock out conquest for this character. Then I think we'll jump over to our other bounty hunter and do a set of dailies. We'll leave those guys behind us for that person. Not sure what they're doing. Definitely gotta get the yellow loot. What is it? 10 tech fragments. What's that one? Ooh, 5 operations catalysts. That's good. We need those. Right, 37. 13 more. So this is pretty easy to do on actually a lot of planets, but your starter worlds, you can just run through these so quick. So Hutta and Korriban, Ord Mantell, and Tython. Tython's probably my least favorite. They're a little more spread out, at least most of the spots. Alright, we'll go back over this direction so we don't bother. There's somebody running around over there. We'll let them have that area. There we go. Made conquest. And then I think we'll jump over to Manto and make conquest on him as well. See how close we are to 63. Alright, first off, let's check our inventory. Alright, is that our processing core? Yeah, that's from the Flashpoint. We'll open these up. All this is just crafting components from the bosses, I believe. Junk armor. Keep the gift. That I think we're just going to have to sell. 320, 320, gift. 320. 320. I think that's everything. So we'll disintegrate these for tech fragments and conquest. Accommodations, what do we get? 15 and 18. It's either that or sell them for money. For credits. Right, repair, sell junk. Clean all that stuff out. And then we'll throw the companion gifts in our bank. So I have just more than I ever need, but they're there. Alright, let's check. Yeah, we're on our way to 63, but we're still a ways away. 1.1 million, looks like, roughly. So we're not going to get that this week. We've only put up, what have we put up so far? 638. Alright, let's go grab Manto. And I'll show you my... It varies a little bit from week to week, but my daily rotations for making conquest. I think we'll do Dromankos, Ziost, and CZ. I think that should give us enough. So we'll go ahead and just start with Dromankos. So a change they made last few months, I can't remember exactly when it went live, is there used to be a conquest. You got 5,000 for doing a heroic mission, but only if you were below a certain level. They took the level restriction away. So now these, like this is the second world, your home world, right? It's got 5 missions on it. And they're all heroics. So we'll grab all these. So each one of these, just for completing it, I get 5,000 plus all the conquests you would normally get for the planet. So we'll get right around 50,000 conquests. So half of our conquest just for running the heroics on this world. It'll go really quick. Oops, we got our companion on heals. I think we'll DPS her up here. But yeah, I love the fire. Look at that. Although a tank and a healer, we're basically invulnerable on this world. But Boom. But just for speed's sake, I think we'll go ahead and switch Bessie over to damage mode. Oh yeah, much better. Alright, so the first thing we have to do is get 3 detonators. They are on these demolitionist people. So that mercenary right there. Alright, so we got our thermal detonators. Now we gotta go start blowing up ships. Goodbye. Whoa, there we go. Got ourselves lost. Okay, we will go ahead and do the bonus missions. It's worth like, well, not only do you get the conquest for fighting the guys, you also get like 600 and some conquest for completing the bonus mission. And we have to fight most of them anyway. So just to get through the area, you're probably going to get 10 to 12 kills, so you might as well do the 20. These demolitionists like to stun you right before they die. Okay, I usually fight this group because there is a credit slicing thing in there, and might as well get the free credits. Fight this group for the same reason. Got credits there. If you go up the ramp there, you'll draw aggro from that group. So what we're going to do is come over on this side. Oh, and miss our jump. There we go. Oh, missed our jump twice. Fight these guys, because again, there's another credit box there. We like credits. He's going to disappear here in a second. He'll be back. Alright, we'll get those credits. Now there are 2 elevators. One here and one here. I tend not to wait for the elevators. I just slide down the rock face here. As long as you're careful, you won't take too much damage. So we are at 17 of 20 right now. As far as the enemy count goes, we'll pick up 2 more if they're there. Yep. Now sometimes people have been through before you. These guys might not be there. So in that case, maybe you'd want to skip the bonus mission. He's going to disappear. We'll plant the bomb while he disappeared. And there we go. Oh, how spectacular. Now there's 2, there's one roamer there. Kill him. These strongs are pretty easy to fight, so we're going to take them out. That got us our bonus mission. Now there's 2 spawns here. If you shoot right down the center between them, you can usually get by here without pulling aggro. Perfect! Almost like we know what we're doing. Now if you're being greedy, he does this heal there, right? We can interrupt that. And then we can jump to him and interrupt it. And then we can use our interrupt to interrupt it. See if we can get through this without even letting it get off. Does it make much difference? Now, you're going to see his health jump maybe 1% when he gets it off, so... We got 3 of them blocked.
It's more just sometimes creating challenges
that allowed her invasion,
to
make
things interesting.
Everyone who matters knows the truth. And Grafton
So, like,
is
for
already
instance, on the
losing
last
influence and followers.
one I do here, the Shadow Spawn, I feel good about myself if I can get it killed before he does it does the knockdown. Usually I can do that on a DPS character. Probably not going to be able to do that on the tank. But so I just create little challenges for myself because I've done these so many times that the content itself isn't hard. So look for other things to make it interesting. Alright, we'll look over here, see if anything's respawned. It hasn't. I think he's already probably mostly cleared that group. Alright. Oh, they're respawning up the hill. So let's go ahead and pull the boss. And then in that time, the other 5 guys will spawn. And we can do those. Yeah, there's a respawn starting to happen. Boom, boom, boom. It's funny, that first heroic is so long. It's arguable. I'd have to time it out. It's probably at least a third of the entire planet time that we're going to do here. The rest of these go a lot quicker. Alright, we're 1 short. There we go. All done. On to the next. Alright, so it's back in this area off of the main area. Might be busy here because this is the location for the Kingpin bounty on Dromankos. Is right here. There's a little item you click on right there that spawns it. Now, it'll be hit or miss on whether it doesn't look like anybody's been through here, so we've got this group and 4 elites that we have to fight to get to the boss. Sometimes if I'm lucky, yeah, we pulled it off. So I leaped away from that group before they pulled aggro on me because there's a bit of a delay. So we skipped that group. There's the boss. Look at all the fire. Fire and punches. So you can see how much quicker this one was than that first one we did. Alright. This one looks like somebody's already gone through here and cleared out the the enemies here. So we'll just grab our explosives. Now I rarely go to this first. So like he's fighting the boss right there. If I jump in and help him there, it can sometimes break that quest, the mission here. You can just reset it and do it again. So I usually try to go to one of these back two areas. That way, somebody trying to be nice and help out. Like in any other heroic, there might be one on Alderaan. The probe droid on Alderaan for the public side has some issues. But other than that, I can't think of any other ones that if you help somebody out, it actually can be a bad thing because it messes up this one. This one, like, you won't always get credit for the kill if somebody jumps in and helps you. So. Okay. Oh, I missed my interrupt. Oh, I think I might have got it. That surge is a knockback, so try to interrupt that when I can. Oh, didn't get to that one.
That was a fantastic show. That drill just lit up the night. Here's the credits, as promised.
All right, on to the last one. So I usually try to grab this first for two reasons. So somebody doesn't come and ninja it out from under us. But now it restarts its respawn counter. So the next person coming along it'll be available to them quicker. Alright, the golds here have a knockback. Oh, where did my companion there? There you go. So I'll have our companion attack. If you get hit by the knockback when you're doing this, it'll interrupt you. So we grab that while our companion's doing the fighting. There we go. We'll sneak up the rock face here. Oh, horrible jumping. So same thing here. We're gonna have our companion attack, and because she's ranged, she should pull the group away from us long enough for me to get the body here. Then we'll help out. Grab our free credits. I'd be really lazy and just make my companion get both of them. There we go. And we're off. Two more. Same thing here. We'll have our companion start combat so that they all chase after her. And then there comes the knockback. Bang. But it doesn't make it so that we miss, or we get, our channel gets broken. On to the last one. Now what I like to do on this one is put my companion right up against this tree. There we go. Have her attack. Because now when the knockback comes, she'll just get knocked into the tree. Oops, I moved too soon. It doesn't go flying across the map. Just keeps things a little more contained. Alright, so that's our 5 runes. Now we go into the Syspawn cave. Now, because I always do these in order, in a certain order, I always know which ones to click on, but it's just the Sith code. Peace is life, there's no only passion. Through passion I gain strength, through strength I gain power, through power I gain victory, through victory my chains are broken, the force shall set me free. The only thing you have to be careful of is make sure that you wait a beat before, like if I try to do this one too soon, it won't count. See, it didn't work. So you kind of wait for that heal to hit, boink, then click the next one, and you should be fine. Alright, so here's our challenge. So, can we kill this one before the knockback? I'm going to say probably not on this character. Just, I don't do enough damage as a tank. But we'll see. On my DPS classes I can sometimes get. Four, three, one. Oh, we did it. I'm actually surprised.
Our business is concluded.
Okay. So if we look, we are at 41,000. Now we still have, if we look in here, we still have 8,000 left here for the defeat enemies, which we've got 40 of 50. So we've done pretty well. I like to go out here. There's a whole bunch of groups just right in this area to make this pretty easy. So this is a little like what we did on Hutta. We're just gonna farm out some enemies here. There we go. So that puts us at just at 50,000. All right, let's go ahead and jump over to Ziost. Not a lot of combat in the weekly daily for Ziost, but it goes pretty quick, so it's good for some conquest if you are grinding inclined. So we'll grab that one. I think it's only 5 total missions. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think it's 5.
Seem to be some hollow records stored in these.
Alright, we got 2 out of that. Nice. So sometimes your scans here will fail. So you just have to keep scanning until you get 5. 3 for 3 so far. 1 of 3 things can happen here. You can just get the core. You can get an elite that's going to spawn, or you can get the champion that spawns. So there's the champion. This one can be a little tough depending on how you're set up. If you're a squishy DPS and don't have a healer, it can be a close fight. We're a tank, so I'm not overly worried about that. We'll be able to absorb the damage. Now all these guys have, when they get to about 25%, they'll soonly go into this little self-destruct mode. Now if you fight them quick enough, you can actually kill them before they go into that mode, but you have to really spike your DPS. All right, there was the freebie version, Anytime I get a freebie version, I always go directly to the next one, see if I can get a second one. Nope. I think the most I've ever got is 3. 3 that are the freebies. So this is an elite version. Alright, we failed on that scan. Alright, let's see if we can dump enough DPS right at the end here to... Alright, this should respawn. Not quite as fast as I was hoping. There it is. Guess we killed him too fast. Alright, if you look around the map, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 locations that you're supposed to go to and use your hollow binoculars here. The nice part is you don't have to be standing at the spot that it tells you to scan. You just have to be able to see the thing you need to scan. So I can see all 5 from here. I can't get to that one. It's just too far away. But there's one there, and one up here. And so from this one spot, we can actually get 4. Now the 5th one, conveniently, is at the end of a mission we have to do anyway. And so it's not a big deal. We'll just scan that at the end of that mission. While we're scanning, that body should have respawned, so we can check it again. Come on, there you are. Alright, so there's those 4. This is respawned. Now, if you don't get either the droids or these bodies in this area, don't worry too much about it. There'll be some in the next area, and then we're going to go through this area again right at the end. So, plenty of opportunities. Another fight. And just the elite. Again, the elite's not too bad. Oh, almost got him to 5%. Alright, so that's done. We only need one more body. That one's done. Now there's a body here. There's a body over here somewhere. There's a body here. So there's plenty of opportunities to get them. So you can see the body right there. Alright, let's change speeders here. So this is a pre-planned route that you have to follow, roughly. I mean, theoretically, you just have to get to the spots that you need to go to. Little arrows don't do anything, at least on the flats. But when you get to the edges, they'll give you a little boost. There you go. So you get a nice little jump. There is an achievement to jump your speeder over the world boss. So if you get that aligned correctly, you can get that achievement. Probably one of the rarer achievements. I wonder what is the rarest SWTOR achievement. It's probably an operationsy one. Alright, so here you stop, your speeder will go flying away. We'll grab our binoculars. And right there is our 5th. So like I said, we had to go here anyway. So missing this one when you scan the other 4 is not a big deal. Now same thing. There are bodies and like there's a probe droid right there. So in this area, if you didn't get it in the first area, you can still get some of that kind of stuff done. Our last mission that we need to do is right in there, in that instance. And conveniently right outside of the instance is the the mission itself. I love this mission just from a concept. It's kind of like a hollow AR experience. So imagine if you're at a ruins here on Earth, and you could put on like some AR goggles and see what the area was supposed to look like. Alright, so we put the battery in the droid, we grab the second battery. While the droid's charging up and going through his setup cycle, we'll click on this. We'll accept these 3 missions. And then we'll wait for the first scan. Get the first scan in. So he's doing his little duty working there. On to the second. Two down, 3 to go. If everything goes right, we can do this with just the 1 power cell. I always grab that second one. 1, because I have to wait for the droid anyway. And 2, just in case something doesn't go right, you can put another one in the droid and keep going. There's number 4. And number 5. Now we have to go to the hollow emitter. Have our companion attack the droid. And then we'll start doing this. It's got like a 6-second deal there. And you have to get this done before the droid runs out of battery power as well. Finish fighting the droid. There we go. The hollow emitter is active. And cool, now we can see the area in AR, augmented reality, the way it used to look like with all of the monuments and stuff. Now, just for speed reasons, I usually just jump off the edge here, because it's actually closer just to respawn here than it is to leave the instance and go back to the beginning. So if you look to the left, right down there is the instance. So you'd have to drive all the way out of the instance and then all the way to here. This is quicker. Your quick travel will take you up to the space station, and then you have to walk across the station and travel back down. So this is, from what I have found, the quickest way to wrap this up. Now we don't have a choice because we have to go and turn this mission inside the building. So I suppose, I mean, you could maybe try to get all your scans done, come back here, turn it in, and then do the rest of the missions, but I don't think you gain much there. Alright, he's all light side, so we're going to go ahead and choose light side. Alright, Ziost is done. What's that put us at? 73,000. On to CZ. Might be one of the fastest of all of the weeklies. Alright, same thing. We'll just grab them all. And since it does have that one heroic as well, that's an extra 5,000, which is nice. Somebody's been through here not too long ago, but long enough that they've respawned. Alright, so what I normally do is turn my companion loose on that group, and I start collecting things. So there's 2 things to collect, or blow up. And about the time this group gets killed, this one will respawn. This one will respawn right after it. We'll come back here, we'll harvest the credit case. In that time, this one will respawn. And this one will respawn. Now, if somebody's up here, you can just skip those if you want. There's plenty down here. And they're also in the next area. Alright, while my companion's fighting, I'm going to go ahead and click on these. These will sometimes spawn a droid, sometimes you just... Yep, there's the spawn version. Let our companion take care of that. That's the non-spawn version. While our companion's fighting, we'll get another one of those. If I get to 5 up here, I'm actually pretty satisfied. Turn our companion loose on the big droid there. While she's fighting, we'll get these 2. And then we'll help. Alright, we're at 5 there. Now our companion took some damage, so we're going to go ahead and rocket boost. Because when our companion respawns, she'll be at full health. And all happy. Alright, turn our companion loose on that captain. We'll click our 5th one of these, which will complete that. Oh, it will not complete it because we have to kill the droid first, but that'll complete that one. Except I might not be able to do it with the droid attacking me. There we go. And then we'll get our 6 of these. And we'll get the droid. And mission 1, mission 2 done. I usually check to see if there's a credit case back there. Alright, now if you didn't get all of the clickables, now the droid containers, those 5, you have to do those up there. They're not down here. But if you didn't get the rest, as we work our way down here, you're going to see, there's that container. There's plenty of them down here. So somebody else is up there and taking them all. You saw how fast they respawn though. It's not usually an issue. But don't get all worried. Just move on. Or wait. But there's plenty down here. There's some down there. You're going to find them down here. There's one of the square ones there. There's 2 of the square ones down here. Right there, so nothing to worry about. Alright, so we've got to fight people. We're waiting for that droid to respawn. That's the heroic right there. Alright, we'll do a quick check, make sure nobody's kind of in line. I don't see anybody. I like to stand back here because there is a droid that likes to come around here. Not that we can't handle it, but if you stand back here, you won't pull him into combat with you. There he is. Probably working his way around. If you do, it's usually not a big deal. You just fight them both, but if you're close, especially on the heroic here, if you stand back here, then again you won't aggro that droid. Alright, where are we at? Okay, we're at 30, so now we want to check our CZ total, which we are only at 9. We got a few to go. We want to get that to 17 at the minimum. There's sometimes an off chance that that's not enough. So 18 to 20 is safe. And I'll show you why when we get into the sewery area. What's it called? Waste disposal. Oh, I love the fire. Alright, what are we at? 17. Yep, this put us right at 20. Alright, which will be plenty. So the waste disposal area is an instance, which means I'm the only one that will be inside this instance, which means all the spawn is for me. And most of these guys you have to fight. You can't really skip over. And there's enough down here that if you get to 20, you'll finish that off. You'll get your 30 down here. Like there was 10 just right there. Alright, I usually send my companion in to take this fight. If you're running this in a group, you can send one person here, one person to there. So as soon as I click that, then that person could click that one, which would drop the shields, and then everybody else could run in. So put a person on fighting, a person at each terminal, and you can get through this pretty quick. Alright, there's 3 groups in here. Could probably maybe not pull these back 2 groups, but they're there, and it's easy. So we're going to pull them to us, knock them down. And there we go. Now there's still 3 more guys. So like I said, we were at 20. So if we were at 17, right, theoretically he's 18. And then this tentacle would be 19. And when you kill that tentacle dies, so that would give you your 20. Occasionally that doesn't work. I don't know if one just doesn't register, but I've had that to where I'd be at like 49 of 50 and then I have to go back upstairs and fight another guy. And there's Conquest. Turn this in. And back to our stronghold we go. So I don't know what time we started Drome and Cost, but those are pretty quick chunk. Alright, these are all the credit slicing boxes that we collected. So that's just a whole bunch of credits. We'll store those. Deconstruct. That's a companion gift. If you ever see something pop over there, it just means it's going to get destroyed. You won't get any credits for it. So unless you're just mass getting rid of a bunch of stuff that has no value, make sure you come over to your vendor here and sell that stuff because it's good for the money. Alright, we will put all these away. Okay, last thing we need to do is we need to go through our loot for the day, or for the week. Again, we made it to level 20. So we have 10 levels of stuff to grab. Now, I don't want to grab anything on this character. I usually grab almost everything on Zax, but Zax is capped out on light side tokens. So I'm going to pull those on Mantadea because he is not. I spent 50 on him, so he can use the tokens. And then we'll go and grab everything else on Zach's. Alright, so we open up this. Let's see. We have a dark side token. I do want that on Zach's because he doesn't have hardly any. Although, probably doesn't really matter. A light side token and a light side token. Okay, so we're going to claim that one and that one. You know what? Does it really matter? What am I collecting? Yeah, I want the armor over. I mean, it's not that I couldn't transfer it, but yeah, we'll get the rest of the stuff on Zach's. Okay, so we did get this pack, and it is bound to us, so we're going to go ahead and open that up here. Now, the nice part about this is it goes into our pack stash, so I can pull that out on any character. We already have that, and we already have that. I cleaned this out the couple weeks ago, so I no longer have pages and pages and pages of stuff in here. All right, let's go ahead and pop back over to Zaximus. And we'll claim the rest of our stuff and see where we stand. Alright, so same thing. We'll open this up. Again, we claimed that first 10 last week. So we have some tech fragments. Let's make sure we should be well under our tech fragment total. Yeah, 3,000 there. We're fine. So we'll claim that, claim that, claim that, claim, 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 claim. Now you're going to see this thing just keep rolling now, because this can give us a notification for each thing that we claimed. While it's doing that, though, let's look at what we got. We got a pack that should go in there. We got a pair of gloves, a belt, a pack, and a weapon. All right, let's take a look at the weapon first. This one is the sniper rifle. Again, I kind of like the look of it. You know, it's got, I don't know if that's going to be crystal color or not. It might be. Kind of the cloth wrapped around is a nice little touch. Apologies for stripping Zaximus down. I did that so we could see the armor pieces. There's the belt. I don't know how many I've seen that have the off-center buckle like that. Pretty basic little belt, but that's not too bad. What do we have for gloves? I do kind of like the look of the gloves. Having just a generally basic glove sometimes is good for some outfits. Let's take that off. Check out the... Oops. There we go. A little bit of clipping in the model. The same thing. You know, the gloves and the arm guards kind of just give a basic look. You know, compared to something like that. So, not too bad there. Oh, right. What do we have? We have a weapons pack, an ultimate pack, and a decoration pack. Alright, let's do the decoration first. Oh, we get 3. 2 ways you can open this. If you want the anticipation, you can click on all 3, or you can just reveal them all at once. Alright, what do we get? Oh, that's new. Cool. 17 of those and 7 of those. So 1 out of 3. I'll take it. That's not too bad. Let's open the weapons pack. Nope, I already have that one. I'll just sell it, most likely, on the Cartel Market. All right, the ultimate pack. 4 things in this one. All right, let's get anticipatory. One of them is going to be like Jawa junk. That's a speeder, but unfortunately I already have it. It's a good one, though. It might actually sell. Yeah, there's our Jawa junk. A pet, which I already have. And a decoration, which I don't have. So we got 2 new decoration. That's not too bad. Okay, let's see. Let's grab the decoration. Decorations. 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 All right, we got a mount, armor, weapons, pet. Grab that. It doesn't really matter. All right. That stuff I'm going to leave there because I will pull it off on another character that I do most of my auctions on. All right, let's see what these look like. So this is the IOCAST security laser. Oh, is that a wall mount? Yeah, it looks like a wall mounted laser. That's kind of cool looking. All right, we got plenty of the flags, so we got 6 more flags. And again, these are all bound, so... oh, painting abstract lines. Yeah, we got a bunch of this. Zerka Corner Office Desk. Oh, I'm kind of digging that. And I got 4 of them. So you could build out a cool little complex. All right. So that one's new. So we'll get 100 prestige for that. That one's new. We'll get 100 prestige from that. And now that we've got one, now we're just going to get 2 apiece for everything else. There we go. All right, not a bad haul for so far. All right, so if we take stock, we are now level 20, so we're 20% through Galactic Seasons in the first 2 weeks. There are still 128 days left. So we are well ahead of the pace there. From a objective standpoint, you know, again, one for 20, one for 50, one for 75. You can only do 7 of these a week, so we're at 100% so far. Usually I get this done about a month before the season ends, so not worried there. We're well on pace on these. Literally that one I could do probably in a few hours if I got a good group. That one I could do now if I wanted to, but I'd have to spend contracts and I don't want to. So I just have been doing those a couple a week, not rushing into those. That is a flare. Yeah, I think that's the only reward. Oh, you get a title. So we get built different and that reward. So that's what we're striving towards. All right, so that is Galactic Seasons. We did Galactic Seasons. We did Date Night with Vet. We did a bounty contract. We did 2 flashpoints. We did some dailies and just kind of finished everything up there. So as always, we thank everybody for hanging out with us, showing up, and your support, both of the channel and of Extra Life. Remember, we do stream every Saturday for Extra Life, a charitable organization that raises money for the Children's Miracle Network of Hospitals. You'll find a link to my personal page down in the description or the chat down below. That'll take you to the Extra Life website and my profile. From there, you can donate. That money goes directly to Extra Life, and then they send that off to the Children's Miracle Network of Hospitals. In my case, it's Phoenix Children's. That's the local Children's Miracle Network Hospital. As always, we appreciate your support, but if you can't donate, that's okay. Go ahead and share the link. The link works 24/7 throughout the entire year. So I don't have to be actually streaming for somebody to donate. So if you share my link on your social media and somebody in your network sees it and they're like, I would like to help out kids and their families, and they make a donation, you get the assist, not officially in any way, but in spirit, and everybody benefits from it. So As always, we want to thank everybody for support, again, of both the channel and of the charitable organization. It is very much appreciated. So with that being said, I think we're going to go ahead and call it a stream for now. Playing around with maybe picking up and doing some early access gaming sometime in September. We'll see how that goes. But as always, we're going to leave you with have a great weekend, great rest of your week. If you're in the United States, have a good Labor Day. We will see you all next week. And as always, go watch, play, or create something great. Have a good one, guys. Catch you later.